morning. Welcome to And Still We Rise, Black Women Scholars in the Ebony Tower since 1965. We began this awesome project with a conversation on March 31st, 2020. There was a host of scholars who engaged us in the conversation, and many of the themes that they raised, we will be addressing in the conference today. During our last presentation in March, 16 universities were represented. Now we're in step 2. This is the symposium, and it is organized in honor of the establishment of the Higher Education Act of 1965. And still we rise, Black women scholars in the Ebony Tower since 1965. Today, we have more than 20 universities represented in our audience. We are so honored that you are joining us today. My name is Dr. Karen Kossie-Chernyshev, and my colleague, Dr. Vera Hawkins, she and we started a conversation probably about 3 years ago, and we finally decided to do something about it, start the conversation, and host the symposium. We also have a host of wonderful scholars who are going to be sharing with us today. Our first presenter is Dr. Angela May Kupenda from Mississippi College of Law. She is going to be presenting right now. Dr. Kupenda?
Good morning to everyone, and welcome to this exciting event. I want to thank the organizers and conveners for inviting me for this virtual conference. Let's get something straight from the beginning. I am a proud graduate of an HBCU. I graduated from Jackson State University, as did many in my family who were blessed to attend college. My older brother graduated from Tougaloo College, and I have a nephew who is studying there now. I spent my freshman year at Alcorn State University, and I have a niece studying there now in the nursing program. I spent a summer at Rusk College when I was in high school, learning advanced concepts in mathematics, or at least I was trying to. Now, my early years were spent in segregated schools in Mississippi. I had intelligent and passionate teachers, but I studied in schools where we were denied access to science equipment, and we were denied access to library books. Then I spent my high school years at a very white school after my state conceded to a degree to desegregation. My school, the school flag was the Confederate flag, and the band members marched in Confederate-like uniforms. And our school song was, and I say it was our school song because the band played it everywhere, even in the Christmas parade. The school song was, "I wish I were in Dixie. I wish I was in Dixie with the cotton and slavery." That was not my wish. I tell you all of this so you will know that I am rooted in the value, the great value of HBCUs. And although I am rooted in that great value and benefited significantly from those values, I do know that there are challenges, even at HBCUs, as related to gender equality and other forms of equality. From slavery on, we have struggled just to be able to learn. like the women we honor at this symposium. Black women and HBCUs nurtured so many of us and educated us through the years so that we can take our rightful places. Now, don't get it twisted here. I am not talking about the places we have been relegated to for centuries. I am talking about our rightful places to usher in more justice and more equality in our society. Look, even the Pledge of Allegiance, which is regarded as such a patriotic document, even the Pledge of Allegiance says, check it out, justice and equality for us all. And I am a part of that us and that all, and you are too. Look, let me just calm down for a moment here. I just want to tell you that my voice has a built-in microphone. So if I get a little too loud up in here for you, you know how to turn the volume down on your computer. So I want to do a few things here in my time, and I'm just so thankful to be here. First, I want to introduce you to the spirit of my message. And secondly, I have two broad points that I hope you will remember. And then I want to get all up in your business. Oh yes, I want to get up in your personal business and ask you, what level are you teaching on? What level are you living on? What level are you existing on? My sisters, and all of the people gathered here with us today, I want to know, are you living and existing and working on a level that will lead to our rise? Or are you on a level that leads to our demise? It's got to be one or the other. I think, as Maya Angelou pointed out, it needs to be on a level where we can all rise. So first, the spirit of my message. While we certainly know our importance, while we certainly know the importance of Black women and other women of color, while we certainly know the importance of HBCUs, if you're like me, you may find yourself in a precarious position in higher education or whatever your workplace is. Some people say that women are perched ordainedly on a pedestal. We are perched somewhere, but if you're like me, it's not on a pedestal. So today I want to make it personal. As you listen to all of the wonderful presentations that are going to come today, I want you not to just listen somewhere in your ears or in your brain. I want you to make it personal. And I want you to see what instructions and information you are receiving to help you move on up to a higher level and bring me on along with you. So back to what I was saying. In the Ebony Tower and in the Ivory Tower, so to speak, some like to say that our institutions value the academic contributions, even of those of us in bodies that are both Black and female. However, my experience has been that often I am forced to make a choice. On the one hand, my choice can be in line with the poem by Maya Angelou, "And Still I Rise." That choice means that I'm in a position where I must challenge certain systems, challenge certain structures, challenge certain things going on in my own institution. But that choice comes with a consequence that I'm then seen as an outsider. I am then seen as not fitting within the norm of institutions. Look, sometimes it's like when I even walk down the hallway that I can hear voices screaming, "Beware, outsider trying to enter." Or I may hear a voice saying, "Run, run from her. She is trying to infiltrate us." Or better yet, a voice may scream, "Outsider trying to change us." Oh yes, I am. I am trying to enter, infiltrate, and bring about a positive change. Now, I can choose to try to rise and bear those consequences, or I can choose to fit in a tiny little box. I can choose to try to fit in a box that values more whiteness and maleness and what have you, and those who can approximate those norms. So there is a cost. Am I a proxy for white maleness, and do I choose to get as close to that as I can? Or do I choose to rise? And do I choose to usher forth more equality and more justice, even though I'm then pegged as someone who does not belong? Now, you may say there are no good choices. There are. You know, as I thought on this topic and about rising or demising, I thought about Roberta Flack's beautiful song, classic song from the day, "Killing Me Softly with His Song." After this conference, you go and you take a listen to that classic song. My point is that if we do not choose to rise, we are contributing to our own self-demise. And I call it a self-demise because if Black women and other people of color do not choose to try to elevate things for ourselves and for the generations to come, we are conspirators. We are complicit in the demise of most deserving people. You know, her poem says, "Still I rise," and then the conference theme says appropriately, "We rise." It's about the individual having to take action and the collective energy that flows from that. The I is nothing without the collective, and the collective is nothing without the I, who makes a choice each day and several times a day. So those are my message. And somewhere in there, I made my bright points fell. Excuse me, I got a little excited here. I'm anxious to get on to the point where I get up in your business. Oh, yes. So get in your business. I want you, if you have a pencil or you at your computer, I want you to write down this. Am I in level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4? Now let's talk about level 1. Now I called them levels. I was going to use some geometry terminology and call it planes. Like, what plane do you exist in? Not an airplane, Do you exist in the first plane, the second, the third, or the fourth? Well, I don't know. We decided to leave that math alone, and I'm going to call it levels. Are you existing as a level 1, my sisters, or are you existing as a level 2, a 3, a 4? Now let's talk about a level 1. Are you a level 1? A level 1 does not try to attract any attention to herself. She does not even speak up for herself. She does not speak up when there is racial or gender or class or what have you, inequality. She figures that even though she is not a supreme white male, by keeping silent, she can be more like one of the guys. Look, level 1 is contributing to her own demise and the demise of all of us. It is a self-demise because she is a part of it. She is making those choices. Now, you may say, you may be a little tougher than I am, and you may say, she's not a level 1, she's a level 0. No, she's not a level 0. She's not. Black and female and has made it to the point where she is in her life. That's not a level 0. She has dealt with racism and sexism in some way. It has affected her in classism and colorism, all of that stuff, whether she acknowledges it or not. So she is not a level 0. We will say she is a level 1. And this applies for white females and other people of color too, not just directed at Black women. Years ago, I had a supervisor who framed everything in military terminology. And I was talking with some of my white female colleagues about racism and sexism at the school. And one of them said, giggled a little bit, and then she said, I know our supervisor doesn't regard us white women as officers in his military, but he does treat us like the wife of an officer, and that's good enough for us. That is what this level 1 said. My response to her was, well, I'm a slave of the officer in the family. I'm not visualized on that pedestal or a cage on a pedestal of being a wife of the officer, but not entitled to the full benefits. Level 1 is in a dangerous place. Level 1 is being short-sighted. Level 1 is not thinking about all of those who struggled for her to get where she is today. Level 1 is setting herself and future generations up for self-demise. But if you are a level 1, if you're choosing to be a level 1 at this point, let me give you one word, a couple words of advice. Don't be an ignorant level 1, be a knowledgeable level 1. Okay, you're not going to speak up about injustice. At least read and learn about it. Read and learn about it, because one day you're going to find that that knowledge is going to be essential for your survival or that of the future generation. So you may say, okay, I'm doing good. I'm not a level 1. Maybe you are a level 2. A level 2 will fight for equality, but only if it directly affects her. She will speak up about racism only if it is directed straight to her. If you choose to be a level 2, only speaking up when things directly and significantly harm you, then you too are engaged and a conspirator in a self-demise, moving us away from equality and justice. Excuse me for saying this, but a level 2 is not only short-sighted, a level 2 is also a bit hypocritical. A level 2 knows when it hurts, but will not make a move unless it's hurting her directly, perhaps in her face or pocketbook. If you choose to be a level 2, if you're making this choice and you choose to be a level 2, let me give a word of advice for you. Think about all of the consequences, all of the demising that occurs because of your failure to speak. And I want to do a quick shout out for the administrators and for our educational leaders who may be choosing to be a 1 or a 2. Then you are particularly dangerous to the pursuit of equality and justice. In your attempt to be a level 1 or 2, in your attempt to make perhaps the white guys feel like they are fully embraced, you may inadvertently be making people who look just like you may inadvertently be demeaning them in order to maintain your position. So if you are an administrator, if you are a leader, I urge you to especially rethink residing at a level 1 or a level 2. You may say, okay, phew, I'm not in one of those. I believe I am a level 3. So what about a level 3? A level 3 will speak up for equality and justice sometimes when it does not directly benefit her, sometimes when there are great consequences to her. That is a level 3. She does not do so all the time, but she does sometimes. Are you a level 3? A few brave ones, like many of the women we will honor here today, a few brave ones are a level 4. A level 4 is an advocate for justice and equality for all, regardless of the personal consequences to self. A level 4 can look way out and say, we gotta rise. What am I going to do to help bring that about? The status quo is not getting us there. Now, I got up in your business and asked you what level you are. I guess you say by now, the fair thing would be to tell you what level I am. Well, let me start by saying I was talking with a friend who for a long time was a professor at an HBCU about my ideas. And she told me that she probably started her life as a level 4. She spoke up for what was right. But then through the years of sexism and classism and racism and what have you, she went down to a 1. And now she's fighting her way back to a level 3. I think that applies for me too. As a girl, I started out as a 4. I knew I was seeing injustice. I knew it. And I spoke up often. But somewhere along the way, all of those isms, my wanting to be a part of the club, my wanting to fit took me down. So where am I today? I would say I'm a 3 or a 3.5 who aspires to be a 4. There are some, as I prepare to close, because we do want to get some questions and comments, there are so many barriers to being a 4. Somehow we as Black women have to reconcile ourselves to each other. We let classism and colorism and all of that get in our way of rising together and being a level 4. We also got to reconcile ourselves with other women of color and white women. We say, who's the closest to being a white male? And we try to diminish those who are not. We've got to reconcile ourselves to Black men. Yes, we must respect Black men, but we also must urge for full equality and justice. You know, if you add up these groups, Black women, women of color, white women, Black men, men of color, if you add into the group whites who are poor, whites who are disabled, you just came up with the majority in America. So then why, under the Pledge of Allegiance, justice for all, why are we not rising to that point? Why are we still struggling with this self-demise? Today, I started here with you. I thank you for coming, and I encourage you with everything you hear today. You know, people say, don't take it personal. I want you to take it personal. Every word you hear today, you take it personal so that we can all leave here more in line with taking the risk to rise together and certainly not to contribute to our own self-demise. As Maya Angelou said, and still we rise. And as Mahalia Jackson sang, move on up a little higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kupenda. That was outstanding. I want to launch just a poll. Those of you who are here, you're in the privacy of your own home or your office, and I want you to answer this question. Today, I love that Dr. Kupenda said that sometimes she was a 1, and then she considers herself now to be a 3.5. My question is, where are you today? Today, where do you feel you are today? We'll give you a second for all those of you who can to. So for those who are able to respond, we have a variety of 2s, 3s, and 4s. And of course, we know that it's not always, for various reasons, we are not always able to respond, but it's important to, I appreciate your putting the levels out there to give us something to strive for. Is we're gonna, now I'm gonna end the poll and I'll share the results, hoping everyone can see the results of the poll.
Very good.
Now we want to take some questions. You should have access to the chat. So if you have a question for Dr. Kupenda, please type it in the chat where it says everyone. Those of us who are on the panel, we can see the section everyone. If you have a question, please pose a question. Well, someone is thanking you, Dr. Kupenda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am a recovering level 4. I love that she said that, because after some of the fights, you really do have to get out of the ring for a little bit and recuperate. You know, you can't be a 4 all the time. Yes, someone says, yes, the exhaustion is real, and that's very true. Sometimes we do step back.
Dr. Kossie?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Hawkins.
I'm here. I have transitioned to my phone as I'm en route to my mom. And you and I have had a conversation. We didn't put a level to it, but I sure thank our illustrious speaker for sharing those different levels, for giving us some way of representing our emotional state, because you do, want to champion all the causes, and then it is very hard when you have to, like Archie told Edith, stifle yourself sometimes, and it's very, very difficult to do that. And I just want to thank our speaker for being so honest and giving us the language to use. And
yeah, I appreciated her giving us some amplitude there. I was a little, the fact that, again, we can transition, we may not always be able to participate fully, but with those standards out there, we can measure our contribution, and that's important.
I keep a picture of myself in my office at work. It's a picture of myself when I was about the age of 4. And I really do believe that I was level 4 as much as a little girl could be. I keep that picture there to remind myself as to what I should aspire to. Back at the beginning of the pandemic, I had conversations with a number of women who were probably mid-40s to about my age, just about exhaustion in pressing for equality and justice. And we would discuss those things and comfort each other. But then I would always come back to, remember the sisters who fought our way out of slavery. Remember those who set up our first educational institutions. Remember those who made sandwiches for the protests when they were tired. So as much as we did not think we would still be engaging in these struggles, we don't have a choice but to go forward, if not for ourselves, for the little boys and girls, the little children in our families. We do want to leave things a bit better for them. But it is difficult. And I keep that picture to remind me, that I just cannot reduce and allow myself to be reduced at a place where I stay there. I have to fight first with myself in order to pick myself back up and to give a hand to help someone else rise.
Dr. Gupenda, we have a really good question in the chat. Someone asks, how can one reconcile the fact that they may be the lone wolf within a given fight? How can one reconcile the fact that they may be the lone wolf in a given fight?
It is so hard.
Yeah.
It is so hard. And sometimes you may be the lone wolf in a fight, and you're fighting for equality that benefits someone else. And then that person decides that, okay, I benefited from you, but now I'm going to slam my door, and I mean literally, in your face. Mm-hmm. You fought for me, but I want to fit in the system better. Mm-hmm. One thing I did for myself at my school when I had some particular concerns, it was after my mother passed. One way I reconciled myself, I would talk to my mother almost every morning after I arrived to work. And she would talk about being proud of me and encourage me forward in the movement for justice. But after she passed, I'm like, I'm the lone wolf, and I'm regarded as a wolf, right? And here I'm fighting for the benefit of others. So what I did was I created in my office what I call my wall of fame. My wall of fame includes pictures of people who I helped and who are out there doing great things to help someone else. There are people with many different colors, many different backgrounds, different genders. And when I walked in my office in the morning, I said, this is my community. This is my school. These are the people that I try to get my strength together each day for. So I guess what I'm saying is find yourself a motivating reason, whether it is a family member who encouraged you, whether it's a great uncle who marched in the civil rights struggle and can send you a card and say, I'm proud of you, you're carrying it forward. Find a motivating force, but I acknowledge what you're saying. It is hard. It is difficult.
We have another question. So someone is thanking you for that answer. We have another question. How can we use our silence as resistance? I have been trying it as my new way of fighting. How can we use silence as resistance?
No, I like that. Whoever this is, I'm going to be looking forward to your presentation on that so I can learn from that. I think there are some ways to do that. One thing I've done in some meetings is I have just chosen to abstain. They know, right? But I choose to abstain. Now, one way I use my silence, I think it may be the coward way out. If I'm at a meeting, I may feel compelled to speak. But if I just don't show up, I'm okay. But that's probably why I'm a 3 and not a 4. 3.5 will get me that. But I think there are ways to use silence to just say, I refuse to answer that question. Or like my mother would tell me, if I answered that question right now, my answer would be quite harsh. So let me pray and meditate on how to reply to that in a constructive way. My niece has been teaching me, she's a psychologist, one of them. She's been teaching me that when someone asks for my voice, it's a request, and I do not have to honor every request. And sometimes perhaps the answer is, I'm not going down that path with you right now. Send me an email and explain more. People never want it in writing. Explain it more what you're asking me, and I can think on that one. So maybe not silence, maybe I'm saying a pause, but I really would want to know your strategies to use the silence.
Well, I'd like to add that sometimes when we're very active and people are used to hearing us speak up, when we're quiet, they know something's up. So it kind of happens by default. Where if you're always engaged and then you're silent, you may have somebody come and ask for your opinion suddenly, because they're used to hearing it, and it's actually it can be an effective strategy to be quiet so that someone can elicit a response, and then you have their permission to express what the concern is.
When I first started teaching, I was not taught in business schools before I did law school. Law school is a much better fit for me. But I was younger, and I was probably, I don't know, I may have been closer to a 4 than I am now, but I would chase students down. I mean, literally chase them down to impress upon them the value of their education and how they must work against injustice in our society. So now, maybe because I don't run as fast anymore, I'm 65 now, but now students tell me, they said, Professor Kapenda, I think I need to talk to you. But my classmates tell me, don't go up in there. Don't you go up in there to talk to her unless you're ready to hear what she has to say. And so I think I'm agreeing with you. Yes, that if they come into the nuisance, right, then they have to be ready to hear. So maybe that's another way to use the silence to require others to have to come to you to hear.
Dr. Kapenda, Shakira Sanders, she asks, and you've already addressed it, when can silence be a good thing? She says she has been using it as resistance. And she also says, my silence feels more powerful than using my voice for unique reasons. My silence feels like recovery also.
That's the point you were making before. Yes.
We have a question also from Maritza Reyes. She says, do the levels speak to both the personal, that is in our personal spaces, the societal, when we are out and about in the outside world, the same as in our workplace, in the academy, as a professional woman?
Now, I think as a professional woman, I mean, I really like that question so much. As a professional woman, we deal with inequality when we're out and about in the stores, in our workplaces, and in our homes. We deal with these concepts. And so I think the levels can also be a way of considering how we are in those places. In some ways, it leads to our being, I hope I'm using this word right. It may lead to us being incongruent. We're not consistently the same. And that can be a struggle too. I think that can be a struggle for us emotionally to have to adapt or to believe we have to adapt in so many ways depending on where we are. You know, I hope to one day for myself be one consistent person. And so I think those levels are relevant. That's a whole nother way to look at this, to then take it to the level of considering what level are you at work and compare that to the level you are when you're out in the stores. Yes.
That's a very good observation to make. Do we have any more questions from our audience or from panelists? Well, if not, we want to thank you, Dr. Kapenda, for that wonderfully challenging presentation and really for providing us with a rubric for even understanding where we are in our effort to move things forward in a positive way, giving us those choices really, and giving us an opportunity to evaluate. It gives us a way to evaluate what we are doing to fight for justice. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you, and thank you for being so kind and gracious to me. I'm just looking forward to this full day. Thank you so much. And to all of the questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we will be starting a little early with, excuse me, Dr. Francille Roussan Wilson's presentation. I will share some information about her presentation. Dr. Francille Roussan Wilson will speak on the topic, Seeking Her Own Space in the Ebony Tower, Pioneering Black Women Scholars at HBCUs Before 1950. Dr. Roussan Wilson.
I needed to unmute myself. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I want to thank the organizers of the Lillian B. Horace Symposium, particularly our own amazing Dr. Karen Kossie-Chernyshev, for putting this important day together. And My talk, Seeking Her Own Space in the Ebony Tower, Pioneering Black Women Scholars at HBCUs Before 1950, seeks to, I'm working on my screen, seeks to examine a few of the women who were pioneers as faculty members in HBCUs in the first half of the 20th century. Black women scholars faced unique challenges in entering Black colleges and universities in the 19th and 20th century, as the important scholarship of professors Stephanie Evans and Linda Perkins and others have shown. My own work on early Black social scientists, published in the Segregated Scholars, uncovered a few of the mountains Black women had to climb to earn advanced degrees. And this talk will take a closer look at the mountains, boulders, pitfalls, and barriers Black women faculty encountered and overcame on their journey to and once they were inside the Ebony Tower. This paper is also based on examinations of college and university catalogs, newsletters, and student publications of Howard University, Fisk University, Spelman College, Atlanta University, and North Carolina Central University. I couldn't have done this work without the more recent digitization of many of these catalogs that allowed me to look at and count how many women faculty were on in the colleges over the years. That said, the very first mountain that had to be climbed by all would-be women scholars before World War I was high school. There were very few Black public high schools and only a handful of private secondary schools in the South whose curriculum offered the Greek, Latin, and advanced mathematics needed for Black students or any student to begin their college courses. As a result, most Black degree granting institutions had their own high school programs with enrollments that often far exceeded their college student bodies until at least the mid-1920s. Yet, after completing high school, more unique barriers and pitfalls faced Black women. They were pipeline issues, sexism, marriage, mentors, graduate school, and gender norms. In the pipeline problem, fewer women were enrolled in collegiate programs at Black colleges, but in order to get an advanced degree, one had to first obtain a bachelor's degree, at least the advanced degree in arts and sciences. You did not necessarily need a bachelor's degree until the mid-1920s to get a law degree, a social work degree, and many other professional degrees. Black colleges routinely rooted women to their normal school or domestic science home economics programs. While Black degree granting institutions had small graduating classes until the mid-1930s, the impact on sexism cannot be overlooked. To quickly look at the experience of Lucy Laney, one of the most influential educators of the 19th and early 20th century, Laney, after she finished high school in Reconstruction Atlanta, was placed on the normal school track at Atlanta University with other women who had also managed to finish high school in the 1870s. And she earned a diploma in its first normal school class in 1873. But Laney and her classmates were not, and are still not, regarded as Atlanta University's first graduates. That honor was reserved to the all-male bachelor's degree class of 1896. One of Laney's male high school classmates revealed that he was relieved not to no longer be in competition with the brilliant Lucy Laney. When Laney founded a private secondary school in Augusta, Georgia, she made certain that the curriculum would prepare its graduates for college. In fact, only one woman earned a bachelor's degree from Atlanta University between 1876 and 1894. And there were a total of 8 women graduates by 1900. When 2 women, Black women, graduated from Atlanta University in 1895 and won the top prizes, their achievements were greeted with concern. Their names were omitted from the official publications, despite the fact that there were only 4 students in the graduating class. And it was written that their honors were no reflection on the young men. This was very clearly and very blatantly sexism. As a result, in 1898, W.E.B. Du Bois counted only 252 Black women in the United States who had earned bachelor's degrees. Just 11% of the 2,272 Black male graduates. More female graduates entered Black colleges after the turn of the century, but they continued to be overrepresented in normal school and domestic science courses, whose courses did not offer a smooth pathway to the advanced degrees increasingly required to teach in the collegiate department. As a result, Black women faculty at Black colleges were concentrated in the normal and domestic science or home economics department, with a few Black women faculty in music and art. By the 1930s and 1940s, Black women had begun to gain places mostly in English and foreign languages departments. Still, looking at the 1949-1950 academic year catalog of Howard University, which was one of the largest HBCUs, there were only 9 Black women who were regular faculty members, that is, assistant, associate, and full professors out of 82 men and 82 male faculty. Black women faculty also rarely became heads of their department or college deans before 1950. Willa Beatrice Player, president of Bennett College, one of the first Black women to become a 4-year college president in 1955, once said, "The Black woman is expected to be a superwoman without acting like one." And I think that may still be true. The Black woman is expected to be a superwoman without acting like one. Of course, I have to say that claims to be first always need to be investigated, because as we know that Mary McLeod Bethune was president of both a normal school, a 2-year college, in which became a 4-year school just as she was stepping down. Graduating from college was only the first step in what would often become an arduous undertaking for Black women seeking a place in the Ebony Tower. Now came the barriers of marriage, the stumbling stones of mentorship, and the pitfalls of sexism in degree granting programs and within HBCUs. Black colleges did not admit undergraduate women who were married generally as a matter of rule. And when Black school teachers married, they were often expected or required to resign from their jobs. Men with teaching or industrial diplomas or certificates could attend summer schools to upgrade their credentials and gain entrance to bachelor's degree programs, regardless of their marital status. The first Black social scientists, for example, had mentors at their undergraduate schools who helped them get accepted to master's and then PhD programs at Harvard, Yale, Columbia, University of Chicago, and the University of Pennsylvania. These pathways were generally blocked by racism and sexism for the generations of women who graduated from college before 1910. It is not by accident, therefore, that the first 5 Black women to earn PhDs had been able to attend excellent high schools and top-ranked colleges and were single. 3 Black women, Georgiana Simpson, Eva Dykes, and Sadie Moselle Alexander, earned doctorate degrees within 8 days of each other in 1921, some 45 years after Edward Boucher earned a PhD from Yale. 4 years later, in 1925, Anna Julia Cooper received a PhD from the Sorbonne, and a year later, Otelia Cromwell earned a PhD in English from Yale University. All 5 had strong ties to Washington, D.C.'s educational facilities for Black people, yet their new degrees made few immediate changes in their careers. Simpson and Cooper were 55 and 67 respectively when they earned their degrees. Both women had taught in Washington, D.C. public schools and attended summer school at either the University of Chicago or Columbia University. They took unpaid leaves of absence to meet residency requirements, taking more than 2 decades to earn their PhDs. Georgiana Simpson, a veteran school teacher, had been mentored herself by Dr. Lucy Moten, a physician and the longtime principal of Minor Normal School, who encouraged her to add an extended study in Germany to her coursework at the University of Chicago. Anna Julia Cooper, who began teaching when she was only 10 years old, was widowed at an early age and never remarried. She graduated with a degree in mathematics in 1884 from Oberlin College, one of the few US colleges that both admitted Black students and offered women access to what was called the gentleman's course. She began 4 decades of teaching in the segregated DC public schools, making a lasting name as a feminist author, clubwoman, and Pan-Africanist before the turn of the century. In fact, Cooper lost her job as principal of M Street High School in 1906 because of white opposition to its rising academic profile and the fact that young men were being admitted straight from M Street to Ivy League schools. She taught for 4 years at Lincoln University in Missouri and returned as a teacher to M Street, using unpaid leaves over the next 20 years in order to earn her doctorate at the Sorbonne. Despite all this, Cooper did not get a job at a regular HBCU after she got her PhD, but she began she continued to teach at M Street, which had been renamed Dunbar High School. And in 1930, 5 years after she earned her PhD, she began a decade as president of Frelinghuysen University, a school for Black working adults. And she remained an activist until her death at 106. Likewise, our fifth PhD was Otelia Cromwell, who was 48 years old when she completed her doctoral studies at Yale. And she had a similar trajectory as Cooper and Simpson in that she taught in the DC public schools, both before and after completing her bachelor's degree at Smith College. And then she spent several decades in white university summer school programs leading up to her studies at Yale. After she earned her doctorate degree, Cromwell was hired as a professor of English at Minor Teachers College, where she had attended 3 decades earlier, but she retired in 1944, but continued to publish scholarly books almost up until her death at 98. Those of us that, in my studying these women, I hope that I'll be able to share their amazing longevity. The 2 of the 5 first PhDs, Black women PhDs, were in their 20s when they earned their doctorates. And but gender norms in HBCUs prevented both of them from quickly entering the Ebony Tower. Eva Dykes and Sadie Moselle Alexander both grew up in Washington, D.C. in the households of uncles who were faculty members at Howard University. Dykes excelled at Howard and attended its academy in high school before graduating with a BA in high honors. Alexander attended Dunbar High School with both Georgiana Simpson and Anna Julie Cooper on the faculty, and was also taught by Carter G. Woodson. She attended the University of Pennsylvania at her mother's insistence and did very well, despite the fact that no white student spoke to her during her 3 years of undergraduate school. She then easily entered the graduate school at University of Pennsylvania as a history major before switching to economics, and was just 23 years old when she completed her doctorate. Eva Dykes was obliged to enter Radcliffe as a junior and earn a second bachelor's degree before being allowed to enter the PhD program in English, delaying her completion until she was almost 28. Eva Dykes, Georgiana Simpson, and Anna Julia Cooper all taught at Dunbar High School for years after earning their doctorate. Sadie Alexander, a Philadelphia native who was not about to teach in Philadelphia's public schools, since Black teachers were not allowed to teach in their integrated high schools until the late 1940s. Her elation at earning a doctorate soon soured when she failed to get a position commensurate with her training. And as an aside, I became interested in what happened to Sadie Alexander, not just because I was studying Black social scientists, but because of her, she was the granddaughter of Bishop Benjamin Tucker Tanner, who was on the board of trustees at Howard University. And I thought if anyone should be able to get a job at a Black college, it should have been Sadie Alexander. And both Carter Woodson and W.E.B. Du Bois were big proponents of her, but there were no job offers forthcoming from HBCUs for young Sadie. Instead, after a few freelance research jobs and a brief position at a Black insurance company in North Carolina, she returned to Philadelphia, married her college sweetheart, the lawyer Raymond Pace Alexander, and entered the University of Penn Law School. And I would say that while the world gained a brilliant lawyer, we did not have the brilliant economist on a faculty. At the time, Sadie Alexander was the only Black person with a PhD in economics. In fact, Howard, like almost every other Black college at the time in 1921, did not have a single faculty member, Black or white, with doctorates in the fields that these 5 women had PhDs in: English, German, French literature, and civilization and economics. So it's my considered conclusion that racism and sexism initially kept all five of them out of four-year colleges. Now, all of these women had wonderful careers, but I'm thinking about what they could have done for students at HBCU, at other HBCUs, at four-year HBCUs, if they had been asked to immediately start their careers. When the Reverend Mordecai Johnson became the first Black president of Howard University in 1926, he brought both Dykes and Simpson onto the faculty. Georgiana Simpson stayed at Howard until she retired, but Eva Dykes, a lifelong Seventh-day Adventist, left Howard after a number of years to accept a job at Oakwood College in Alabama, a Black Adventist school, where she would become quite chagrined to learn that she made far less than their male professors, despite having much, much higher academic credentials. So, and all of these women were expected to stay unmarried to climb into the ranks of the Ebony Towers. They had very few hopes of becoming department heads or deans. There were a few exceptions by the late 1920s, early 1930s, such as Howard University's Dean of Social Work, Annabelle Burns Lindsay, who was married to a fellow academic, Ann Cook, head of Howard's drama department, who had also taught at Spelman and in Atlanta University, who was married in midlife to the sociologist Ira Reid. But for the slowly growing ranks of Black women now positioned on the lower floors of the Ebony Tower, opportunities would not change to lead departments, become deans, would not change substantially until after 1950. Even the normal school and home economics departments, which had the largest number of Black women faculty, were frequently led by males. As a practical matter, Black women who wanted to succeed in a career in liberal arts school had to be unmarried, widowed, or married late in life. At times, the pressure to not marry may have seemed enormous. And in one case, decisions to appear single were costly. When she was a teenager, New Jersey native Marion Thompson Wright decided to return to high school after marrying at 16 and having 2 children. She abandoned both her marriage and her children. An excellent student, Wright received a full scholarship to Howard University as a single woman. No women, mothers or married women were admitted as undergraduates at the capstone of Negro education, according to its strict moral codes. Wright dove into academic and extracurricular activities, but hers was a difficult secret to keep. And as she became more prominent on campus, she faced ugly rumors, condemnation, and accusations of being an unwed mother. Wright was mentored and protected from expulsion by Howard University's first dean of women, Lucy Dix Snow, a pioneering HBCU administrator and proponent of women in athletics, who had her own open yet closely guarded secret concerning her sexuality. Dean Slow reviewed Wright's divorce papers and allowed her to continue her undergraduate admonition with an undergraduate education with an admonition to stay quiet about her background, allowing her to graduate magna cum laude in 1927 and earn a master's degree in education from Howard a year later. And she became an instructor in the Teachers College. Marian Wright began taking summer school courses at Columbia University's Teachers College and left Howard in 1931 to focus on her coursework while working in her native New Jersey. In 1940, a decade later, she earned a doctorate from Columbia Teachers College on the history of Black education in New Jersey, and is widely considered to be the first Black woman to earn the degree in history. Wright then returned to Howard University's Teachers College, becoming a full professor in 1950. She was an active scholar, assisted on the Brown versus the Board of Education brief, served as an esteemed member to countless numbers of students, but her long estrangement from her two children, social work projects that she undertook in New Jersey, combined with teaching at Howard, a second marriage and divorce, may have led to her apparent suicide in 1962 at age 60. While Marian Thompson Wright's ambition and determination to have her own academic career came at a personal cost, the 1930s did begin changes at HBCUs, which would increase the number of women undergraduates and improve their opportunities to embark on scholarly careers. Very good to excellent Black public high schools were in most large cities in the South and Midwest by the 1930s. Curricular changes at top-ranked Black and white colleges no longer required Latin and Greek for admission. The largest HBCUs began their own master's programs, which helped women get into doctoral programs. This would include Atlanta University and Howard University. And these programs opened avenues inside and outside the Ebony Tower for a new generation of Black women scholars, such as the political scientist Merce Tate, who was hired at Howard University in its history department after teaching at Morgan State College, the economist Mabel Smythe, these are all women that earned their degrees in the 1940s or early 50s. Mabel Smythe taught at Tennessee State, Lincoln University in Missouri, and the historian Helen Edmonds. These women were able to create different sorts of careers. Merce Tate was a expert in international relations and wrote a number of books and became a well-paid consultant, traveled the world. She taught medieval history. I still haven't figured out quite why she was in the history department and not the political science department. I think there might have been a little sexism there. There certainly was sexism against Tate in the history department. The historian Helen Edmonds, who had an amazing career at North Carolina Central, prepared the countless students to become historians and became one of the first Black women to be a dean of a graduate school there at North Carolina Central when it gained university status. Mabel Smythe was, after her career, a brief career at HBCUs, she had married before she got her a fellow scholar, the anthropologist Hugh Smythe. They began in the late 40s to break the unstated race code and taught at white institutions, and both of them began to work in and outside the Foreign Service. In 1977, Mabel Smythe became ambassador to Cameroon, and after her time as an ambassador, she taught and retired from Northwestern. So there were a good 2 decades before Black women began to get to the top of the Ebony Tower. But as I'm looking at many of these programs, I see that Black women scholars were still very much underrepresented in these programs. And I feel that we lost a number of people that went on to have their own brilliant careers in social work, as lawyers, and other areas, because they were often discouraged from finding their full potential in HBCUs. I think I'm looking forward to much of the rest of the day to learn to see if things have changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an outstanding presentation. It's providing us with a wonderful foreground for our current discussions that we will have in the afternoon. But I did want to launch a poll for those of you who are here based on a comment that you made earlier. And the poll question is, do you think Black women are still expected to be superwoman, but not act like them? Superwomen, but not act like them? Please respond. And after we get those responses, I would like to field questions from our audience. So if you have a question, go ahead and type it in the chat so I can read it for Dr. Hassan Wilson. Of those who've already responded, 100% yes. We are expected to be superwomen, but not act like them. And, which is hard to do. I do have a question about the impact of Jim Crow on the relaxation of the requirement that a teaching woman, a woman who is teaching, that she remain single. Did you find that to be true in the research as you were looking at these women, that Jim Crow kind of opened the door? I hate to say it, use that in a positive way, but the rule that the woman had to be single was relaxed.
It was relaxed in many places, but I did find that in some places that surprised me until I did more research, that say in Flint, Michigan, women still had to be single up through the 1950s. I mean,
wow.
Both Black and white women. I do think that Jim Crow in the South did make it so that women could be married, and even at some of the HBCUs, you'll see more women being married. But I think not marrying wasn't wasn't always a choice. I mean, say especially for the older generation, if they wanted to continue their working, they needed not to be married, and it was okay to be a widow. But being married was something, and some of this had to do with the idea that it was men needed the jobs. And also there were these kind of outdated ideas that if you were married, you might tell your students what happened after marriage, or so, like there were sort of certain kind of moral things. And I know that I went to a predominantly white women's college in the 1960s. And if you got married before you graduated and wanted to live in the dorm, the Vietnam War was going on, the college would ask the parents of the students on your floor if it was okay for a married student to live in the dorm. I mean, this was like crazy, and especially in the 60s. But I do think that Jim Crow, I know I had my aunt lived, who was a teacher in Little Rock, certainly was married, from the 40s on, was married, and that wasn't a problem. So I do think that for school teachers, by the 30s and 40s, school teachers in most places in the South could be married, but it was spotty.
We do have a question related to the same topic. How has this past historical experience about marital status changed today? This person says, I teach at an HBCU, and I noticed that there seems to be a different status attached to married women versus single women, including single mothers. I'm a single mother who chooses to remain unmarried.
Somebody else would probably be better. I think that there are still certain kinds of stigmas, and it doesn't actually have to be HBCUs that come for Black women, and being single or being unmarried. And the other side of this is when you're married, being able to find two positions is at the same university is a challenge. And so I still think that there are certain kind of attitudinal issues, and they aren't limited to HBCUs, and that, for example, I know I've taught at University of Maryland, I've taught at University of Southern California, and issues about taking leave if you're having a child are often used against people, and men are very reluctant to take parental leave. Women are often punished, even when they do take leave. At Maryland, it was decided that everybody had to take leave, whether you were a parent or not, to make it so that there wouldn't be a stigma about parenthood. I think that there's still stigmas that are everywhere about single mothers.
Marissa, would you like to elaborate a little more on the question you posed?
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, I want to say that I learned about this conference last night. So I didn't have time to plan in advance. So I'm here working on something that's very time sensitive while participating, because Angela May sent me the invitation and I needed to attend.
Awesome.
And I said that I teach at an HBCU. That was just to describe my experience, not to say that this only happens at HBCUs, but that's how I'm experiencing it in terms of the academy. I've always experienced it as a professional woman. I worked in, primarily white institutions, both in law firms and in other places before joining the academy. Now, the talk was about the historical aspect of Black women and marital status. And I know as a Latina, for example, I'm going against cultural norms, and there's a stigma within my own community about remaining unmarried. Mm-hmm. And assumptions that are made, you know, including questioning or making assumptions about what is the terminology? I want to use the terminology. I don't want to use the wrong terminology, but are you heterosexual versus homosexual because you remain married? That kind of questioning, you know? And so my question is, with the history of Black women and how marital status played in that history, do you see Black women today participating in that distinction, right? And it's not only Black women, women in general, but I was talking about it from an HBCU experience because of the history of Black women and being assertive about the fact that, you know, you're seeking a professional role despite all these societal, you know, norms that are placed on us, that are not placed on men, because men can be single and there's not, you know, they're not assumed to be different or dysfunctional. And if they're single parents, oh, then they get an award. And everybody's like, you know, everybody try, and I saw it in the courts, even with judges, like men, when they would say, oh, I'm a father, I have to take my son to Little League, the judges now go out of their way to acknowledge what a great father you are. But I saw a judge tell a woman that couldn't come to childcare, you know, until 9 a.m. and the hearing was at 9 a.m. and wanted a 10 a.m. hearing. And the judge said, you chose to, you know, practice litigation. You find a way to, you know, get childcare. That was what my question is about, in reference more, I guess, to Black women, because I don't know, you know, you're a Black woman. I wish, you know, was a Latina, I would ask from the Latina perspective.
Right.
Difference between women in terms of distinguishing ourselves versus, oh, she's not married, but I am?
Right. Well, I can say that I think in a broad sense, and I'm not an expert in this area, but just based on personal observation, for professional Black women, finding suitable companionship is a challenge. So we're not surprised, I think, overall, when women are single and when professional women are still seeking long-term relationships. That's not a surprise in our community. So I don't think, and other women on the line can help answer the question, either based on your observations or on research. There may not be as strong a stigma attached to not being married, particularly among professional Black women. Can others speak to that? A hand raise or, okay, Dr. Kupemba.
Okay, good morning again. Well, I was at a conference at Jackson State University several years ago, looking at the status of women at HBCUs. And, you know, there were breakout sessions and all of that. And the issue of marital status and different regard for women and for Black women certainly came up. It seems as if there was a consensus sort of among single women that marital status seemed to check off, being married checked off an extra box, that one is okay, as opposed to single women. I think we came to sort of a conclusion that even among women who may be all non-white or who may be all Black, there are still certainly divisions, there are misunderstandings, there, you know, we're all trying to fit a norm that we don't fit. And sometimes the way we get closer to being a part of saying we fit a norm is to distinguish ourselves from another woman. So I do believe that there are struggles not at HBCUs, but also at predominantly white institutions where women are judged, right? Women are judged, women are oppressed because they're not a married white man. And so we get further and further away from that as we don't fit in those norms. It's a press almost for us not to even be allowed a private space. And that goes all the way back to slavery, and certainly in the stories of many of the women we just heard about, that their private lives were on inspection.
Yeah.
As just searching for another way to put us back in
Mhm.
our place.
Thank you.
I really believe that private lives are on inspection for both single and married women. But I'd also like to say that in general, there's an assumption that single women do not need as much, as high a salary as men. And, you know, one of the things that happens at a private institution is that you don't exactly know what the salaries are. Public institutions, usually the salaries are published. If you're in a union, you know, there may be scales, but we all know that there are ways that men can get little perks to their salaries. Now, I can't speak exactly to the benefits or of being, or all the detriments to being a single woman, because I literally have been married for 49 years. But I'm in a 2 academic family, and my husband he has always made more than me.
Mm.
And yes, I finished later, but you know, like the gap just kept going. And when I have complained about this, I've been told that my husband makes money. You know, like it's like my salary can be less because his salary is more. And people will say this to me with an absolute straight face, you know, and you're thinking like, this doesn't make sense. And we aren't even in the same department. We've never been in the same department.
Wow.
So, you know, when you look at, I mean, you know, we're still married, but when you look at how this impacts your retirement and other things, you know, like if somebody makes, you know, a third more than you, then twice as much as you, well, they have twice as much in their retirement. You know, it begins to really impact. And I do think that for Black single women, for any woman, if you start off low, you know, the impact for not just your day-to-day, but your retirement is severe. And so, you know, those are things that there's both unconscious and conscious bias around salaries, around advancement. You know, until my husband stepped down as a dean, I was never put on university committees. I mean, that had nothing to do with his school. We were even in different schools, not just different departments. And, you know, I felt that I was, sometimes my career was even at University of Southern, well, maybe especially at University of Southern California, I felt like often I was more valued to the institution as the wife than the professor.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I think that those things cut both ways, but ultimately it gets to Black women having a domestic role at universities. We're expected to clean up messes. You know, we're expected to come in and do things when, you know, like just kind of generally, you know, be the cleanup people. And if we don't go to meetings, I thought the thing about silence was interesting. If we don't go to meetings, we are, you know, seen as being, you know, intransigent, problematic. If men don't go to meetings, it's assumed they have something more important to do. And, so I have felt that very much in my career, watching both the other men and my own husband, like not go to meetings, not be on committees that would take a lot of time and receive no, punishment.
Thank you for sharing that. Do we have other questions or observations from those in the audience? And if you'd like to ask, okay, you have one more question? Let me, Maritza, okay. Go ahead. Your other question, please?
Yes, thank you. I want to follow up on what Dr. Kossie-Chernyshev said. When you said that, Black women and the fact that, there are, not as many possibilities for marriage. I think that sometimes that cuts in a negative way. And when I put that I choose to remain unmarried, I was divorced. I got married very young, and I didn't take my professional career and didn't go to college and didn't get, my law school degree and post-law school degree until after I was divorced and having to take care of 2 children. And so at that point, I was pushing for myself and for them. And so when I write that I choose to remain unmarried, it's because I choose not to take another risk that may be detrimental to me just to check the box.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that I'm anti-marriage, but I will not do it unless, a scenario that now with the knowledge that I have fits with what I deserve. But sometimes I think the assumption is when I hear like, oh, that that there are not that many possibilities, is that all women are looking for marriage, and that if you are not married, it is because you can't get a man, kind of thing. And I think that some women are making a choice to remain unmarried for reasons that, that are personal to us and maybe even professional to us. So I just wanted to talk about that, not to be careful to always make the assumption that a woman is not married because there are not the possibilities. Sometimes I think it's about the choice. As a Latina, I also face some of the similar issues, although not the same issues as Black women, in terms of the assumptions that are made and the stigma that is attached to being an unmarried and single mother, including, I think that sometimes there's an assumption that you're not tamed by a man if you're unmarried, and you need to be tamed. And this goes to, cultural norms as well. I'm also perceived as usually aid in professional environments. And this is how Latinas are portrayed in society as well. Usually in the maid roles, in movies, in everything, that has, popular appeal. That's how, we are not threatening, but when we come in the academy, it's a different story. And as to what Dr. Wilson said about the meetings, I can speak to that. I often wonder how men can decide and just, be so, visible and audible when they're in meetings. And yet when they're not is no problem. But if a woman is in the meeting, sometimes they want to make us invisible. But if we're not in the meeting, like become hyper visible that we're not. So we're detrimented in that way. And I think it's like when women go to bars, we become visible and subject to abuse potentially, but men can go into a bar and stand by themselves and no problem. So, and the marital status things that I have seen is that there are some women in the workplace that want to be addressed as Mrs., and which to me causes, a problem because there's only Mr. So in the workplace, having a distinction between Mrs. and Miss divides women. It makes me have to learn everybody's personal status to remember who's a Mr. and who's a Miss and who's a Mrs. So all these things, I think that women, I'm glad that, people are talking about it, because there's still today, this marital status thing is working against us and dividing us.
What do you think is the solution?
Well, I take a personal solution as I address all women as Miss.
Okay. I think in professional settings, many of us do, unless the person requests Mrs. if they're married. On a college campus, we usually wear our academic titles. And in
Yeah.
some cases, professors correct students when they do call them miss and remind them that they are doctor or professor.
Yeah,
I know that
I see it in the signature lines, the misses. And if somebody requested from me, including I've had students requested, I tell them that I don't make a distinction between Miss and Mrs. And I cannot know which one is married and which one is not and keep track of it. Tell them that until there is a Mr. and something else to denote marital status, I think it goes against the law to make a distinction in the workplace based on marital status in the anti-discrimination law.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Do you have any other questions or comments? Oh, I do see one. Dr. Wilson, how can women in academia find agency in spite of the preferential treatment that is extended toward their male counterparts? How can women in academia find agency in spite of the preferential treatment that is extended toward their male counterparts?
Well, I do think that one has to decide what you want and how you want to live your life, and whether, and especially when you're up for tenure, to make it clear what you're doing, like what's required. Do you have good mentors? Finding the support. And then once you're tenured, you have a little bit more leeway. So I'm a person that believes that you stand and fall on your work, and that your work is important. And I know that that some places, if you're not at a Research One university, it can be hard to get the support, the financial support, the time support to do extensive research. And so many people do this at a financial cost or other things, but they manage to do it. And that's enough. If you want to climb in the administration, you will still need mentors. And finding those mentors, sometimes those mentors are found in unusual places. You can't assume that this person, because they're a woman, this person because they're from my hometown, this person because they're my sorority sister, or that they will necessarily be a mentor or always support you. So I think you have to find what nourishes you, and sometimes that's outside of your school. I find that working with the Association of Black Women Historians, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, have been things, that nourish me, but don't actually count very much in terms of how my university sees the value of those things, but they count to me, and sometimes, I wonder, do they count to the organization? It's sort of like if you have children, does going to their basketball game count? I mean, at some points I decided, I'm not going to my child's basketball game because I have to. I'm going to it because I like basketball. I mean, so some of it is you at different points in your career, you have to decide what nourishes me, and would I be a good person as the department chair, or, you know, sometimes you decide to take an administrative post because you don't want somebody else to take it. Not, you know, because you think this will really, you know, this is a chance not for me to do well, but for me to keep the department from going down if this other person takes it. So I do think that succeeding, you need to find strategic support. Those people might not be your best friends, but they can help you and help mentor you and help you understand the situation. And I've been very fortunate to have really good mentors, both within my institution and also other mentors that I can talk about, you know, what I think is happening and you know, how to move forward. So I think I do think it's important to build relationships with other scholars, and but I personally think that one needs to find ways to be a whole person, and then that the more nourished your spirit is, the more you're able to do both your research and give back to your students.
That's very good. That's very good. I do want to launch one more poll. I think your comment about strategic support is very important. I don't know about others of you who are professors, but I'm a first generation college professor. You know, there are some whose parents may have been professors. So, you know, knowing how to navigate a university system was something that they might have learned by osmosis. I started out as a public school teacher, and then I segued into a career at the university level. And it took years for me to understand all the tiers and the complexity of the institution. But what helped was having what Dr. Risan Wilson described as strategic support. You know, and I've also found support outside my institution by attending conferences. And I've gotten really good advice from scholars whom I've met at the Association for the AWBH, Association of Black Women Historians, and others. But finding your own place where you know you're going to be nurtured, that is very important. So I'm going to launch one more poll and just ask this question. So the question is, have you benefited from strategic support? So far, all of the answers are coming in yes. And if you haven't, it could be that you are probably just learning about what strategic support is. Excuse me. For those who are on the who are participating and you are students and thinking about becoming a college professor, take really good notes. Take really good notes so that you can think about the support that you will need. Now, this is a wonderful place to segue into our next presenter, who is actually working on his PhD, and he was able to find time to present at our conference. I'm going to put up a slide.
Dr. Kossie, as you're bringing forward our next colleague, I just wanted to say I'm still on my cell phone, and if there are others on their cell phones, they may or may not be able to answer the poll, but perhaps afterwards we could send the questions out again, and if anyone had any issues answering the poll questions, perhaps they can email them to us, because it'll be beneficial as we look back and just reflect on all of this.
It's awesome. 1 second, I'll be there in a second. Okay, so D. Caleb Smith is a PhD candidate at Tulane University, and he is going to present today on, and my screen suddenly disappeared, Her Vision for Blackness, Margaret Walker Alexander and Jackson State College, 1968 to 1978. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Kossie. Let me share my screen. All right. Again, hi, I'm Caleb Smith. I'm a PhD candidate in the history department here at Tulane University. This presentation, Her Vision for Black Studies, Margaret Walker Alexander and Jackson State College, 1968 to 1978, derives from my master's thesis research at Jackson State in a center called the Margaret Walker National Research Center, named in her legacy. A little bit about Margaret Walker before getting into her Black Studies Institutes. This presentation is more so about the Black Studies curriculum rather than her life and her scholarly achievements, as many of those are well documented. But Margaret Walker was born July 7th, 1915 in Birmingham, Alabama. Her full name was Margaret Abigail Walker. Would grow up to become a mother, educator, artist, writer, and internationally honored intellectual. Known to her students in the world of literature as simply Margaret Walker, she received her BA from the Northwestern University in Illinois and her MA from the University of Iowa in 1940. Despite marriage, having children between 1943 and 1954, she received her PhD from the University of Iowa in 1965. Much of Alexander's adult life revolved around literature and teaching responsibilities at various institutions. Alexander published 4 or 5 books of poetry: For My People, Prophets of a New Day, October Journey, For Fair Street Green, and This Is My Century. In addition to poetry, she wrote a monumental historical novel titled Jubilee, which detailed the life of her enslaved grandmother. Before solely focusing on Alexander's Black Studies Institute at Jackson State, I would look at how such programs began to develop during the latter portion of the 1960s and the arguments surrounding their relevance. The development of Black Studies programs in colleges and universities is one of the most vivid accomplishments of student activism during the Black Power era. The historiography of Black student activism is growing, but manuscripts that focus on the development of Black Studies programs is limited. To date, no manuscripts detail the growth of Black Studies at historically Black colleges and universities. This forces one to inquire about the structure and development of Black Studies programs on campuses in which African-American students were the majority. This essay situates the Black Studies program that developed at Jackson State College in September of 1968 at the center of understanding how new trends in academic discourse looked and operated at historically Black institutions of the era. From a detailed analysis of Jackson State's Black Studies program, one is able to argue that the concerns of relevance and substance were not pressing issues as seen in similar programs developed throughout the nation. However, when considering the plights of Black Studies programs nationwide, Jackson State joined national dilemmas of Black Studies programs by struggling with finances and adequate staffing. When surveying the Black Studies activism in higher education institutions, historians tend to highlight the militancy and administrative conflicts of large, predominantly white institutions of 1960s and 70s. Scholars mainly highlight these attempts due to the underrepresented population of African-American students and racial tension they encountered in comparison with the strong demands and large impact they had in regard to restructuring race relations on America's college campuses. While the demand and need for Black Studies, Black consciousness at predominantly white universities was a high priority, and one could argue that historically Black colleges and universities lack a substantial amount of Black consciousness as well. The push for Black Studies programs presented a substantial challenge to American higher education institutions, as colleges had to restructure the curriculums to focus on minority contributions to society. One Cornell faculty member stated that the program centered on Black experience started in many places to produce a renaissance of sight. This theory proposed a therapeutic reasoning for implementing Black studies in which coursework would allow African Americans youth to bolster pride and self-confidence in their ethnical history and religious identity. In many aspects, these newly proposed programs would allow African American students to concentrate on their heroic past instead of focusing on the less glorious chapters of history. As the trend in Black studies gains many supporters, there was a considerable amount of opposition to the newly developed programs across the nation. While some college administrators suggest that the program centered on African American culture would eventually span and achieve full academic status as traditional disciplines, others saw Black studies programs as temporary issues that would eventually wither away with student activists turning to other issues. Legitimacy was among the highest concerns as demand for Black studies became a pressing issue on college campuses across America. Those scholars who were in favor of Black studies as a valid discipline stated that the study of African American culture had a long tradition within independent academic fields on American college campuses. Although a good portion of American scholars advocated for the implementation of Black studies programs, even more scholars of the late 1960s and 70s gave contemporary reasons to argue that the programs had little merit. One of the major uncertainties that added to the argument of the newly proposed programs as illegitimate was the term Black studies. On many American college campuses, administrators, faculty, and students were unsure of how to define Black studies as a term, nevertheless present an organized curriculum for an entire program. Professor Troy Duster, a sociologist at the University of California at Berkeley, stated, "We're not sure at this point what Black studies was." There was a widespread fear that competition to acquire African-American professors for Black studies programs would denude many Southern historically Black colleges of their very best talent. Some universities saw acquiring Black professors from established historically Black institutions as robbing Black colleges of their best talent. The emergence of Black studies programs posed a tremendous financial burden for many universities. Many institutions took funds away from other programs. The Ford Foundation was a great source of help. The Ford Foundation awarded millions of dollars to the university's Black studies units between the years of 1969 and 1978. In that period, more than 400 programs and departments dedicated to African American culture began to appear on the collegiate campuses nationwide. Now I'm looking specifically at Margaret Walker's Black Studies Institute, or the establishment of the Institute for the Study of the History, Life, and Culture of Black People at Jackson State. The establishment of Black Studies departments and programs often came as a result of student protests. While students were protesting for Black studies at predominantly white colleges and universities, this was not the case at an HBCU located in the heart of the Deep South in Jackson, Mississippi. It was quite the opposite. It was a joint effort by faculty and administration to spearhead one of the first Black studies programs in the country at Jackson State College. At a time when Black studies programs were being established throughout the nation, Jackson State College was unique, and it was in that it was a historically Black college with a Black studies program. HBCUs, which too often followed a Eurocentric curriculum, have not been leaders in establishing most Black studies programs. The South, with the highest number of Black higher education institutions and greatest proportion of African Americans, has the smallest number of African American studies programs. The founding of Margaret Walker's Black Studies Institute is significant in that it was one of the first Black studies programs in the country, particularly at an HBCU, and established without a demand by protesting students, although students did request the institute through university administration. The Black Studies Institute was founded to initiate a pedagogical approach to enhancing the self-concept for the African American student and thus aid in the development of human personality, also to aid white students in broadening their perspective of multiracial world in which they live. From Alexander's perspective, these programs were essential in re-educating Black students and the surrounding community. The educational structure of the Institute was interdepartmental, interdisciplinary programs within the regular college curriculum. Courses were developed under the categories of history, literature, art, music, physical education, sociology, cultural anthropology, physical anthropology, religion, philosophy, and the sciences. Very few HBCUs at the times were offering African-American studies courses, yet white colleges were. These institutions were scrutinized and placed under a lot of pressure for students of both white and Black to establish programs in African-American life and history. HBCUs had to react by providing the education that met the standards of a globalizing nation. Jackson State students and professors recognized that nowhere is there more necessary than on a predominantly African-American college campus. Dr. Alexander formed the Institute in less than 1 year. She called on fellow Jackson State faculty members from various disciplines to join her in teaching African-American centered classes. In the beginning stages, the Institute served as a clearinghouse for more courses offered to teach in the academic department. Student enrollment was fairly high, yet varied from class to class according to the 1969 annual progress report. Strengths and weaknesses of the program were closely evaluated through surveys done by committee and staff members. Feedback from students was taken very seriously in processing the Institute's impact. Students also took interest in the development of the program. Some even requested a minor in the Institute's curriculum. To administer courses and other daily functions of the Institute from 1968 to 1978, in the first year, the Institute consisted of 7 teachers, 1 secretary, and 1 student assistant, along with Margaret Walker being the director. There were 300 students enrolled in the first 6 classes during the first quarter, with a slight decline in the winter due to the loss of 1 basic history course. A positive is that students began requesting a minor in the Institute's curriculum and reported that it was a major and obvious possibility for the very near future. The report surveyed 38 students about their experiences. All agreed that the program is good and that they were learning a lot more than they had in previous coursework. Under Dr. Alexander's direction, the Institute provided frequent quality programs that engaged student and faculty from every learning segment. According to the 1971-1972 annual report, they held that a student-led program to focus the needs and challenges of Blackness, and the program was titled Relevant Issues in Black Studies and conducted by students taking Institute classes. The topics discussed were Black Studies and the college student, Black Studies and the college teacher, Black Studies and public education, and finally, Black Studies and the community. Some of history's greatest luminaries graced the campus of Jackson State thanks to Dr. Margaret Walker Alexander. Artists, writers, scholars, and poets frequently visited campus. Not only did they lecture at co-curricular programs, some also spent time in classrooms working directly with students and professors. While under the direction of Dr. Alexander from 1968 to 1978, the Institute grew and evolved in many ways to address the culture and educational needs of an ever-changing American society. In her latter years as director, Dr. Alexander brought in colleges and fellow archivists and other HBCUs like Dorothy Porter Wesley from Howard University, Gene Hudson, chief archivist from the Schomburg Center, Ann Allen Shockley and Jesse Smith, both archivists at Spelman. After she retired in 1979, the Black Studies Institute continued to grow and founding principles to provide high quality cultural programs to archive and celebrate African-American history and creativity. Dr. Alfredine Brown Harrison was hand-selected by Dr. Margaret Walker Alexander to carry the Institute into its next phase, a cultural archive for African-American history and literature. Margaret Walker Alexander was an avid note-taker and was encouraged by her father at a young age to save her journals. This she did and later denoted them all to Jackson State. The Black Studies Institute relocated from its 1 office room in Dansby Hall to Ayer Hall. Jackson is the university's oldest historic building. The Institute's name was changed from the Margaret Walker National Research Center and began focusing on historic preservation and the collecting of her manuscripts. During Harrison's tenure as director, the Institute and Ayer Hall would undergo major efforts to preserve infrastructure. During the 1980s, the Institute would receive more than $200,000 for preservation of projects from the National Endowment for Humanities and the National Historic Publications and Record Commission. During the 1990s, the restoration of Ayer Hall became an even higher priority. In 1992, the Mississippi legislature appropriated $2 million for restoration for Ayer Hall. 4 years later, actual restoration began. During phase one of restoration, an exhibition of Jacob Lawrence was developed. Immense funding would depict the latter portion of the 1990s decade. From 1995 to 1999, the Margaret Walker National Research Center received $600,000 in total aid. In 2000, the personal and literary papers of Margaret Walker Alexander were open for scholarly use. Within 5 years of the new millennium, the Margaret Walker National Research Center would collect more than $500,000 for restoration for Ayer Hall. In 2004, Title III funding would add an oral historian position to the research center. Her center continues to progress. In 2011, the center's staff traveled to a number of colleges, museums, archives, and cultural centers that were similar to the Margaret Walker Center to assess feasibility of the new facility. The feasibility study and proposal for a new building was to ensure the long-term sustainability of the Margaret Walker personal papers. Staying in tune with the rhythm of Dr. Margaret Walker set in 1968, the center continues to hold a number of artistic programs, exhibits, and an annual arts festival, providing superb academic lectures and events that engage students, faculty of the Greater Jackson community. From 1979 to 2009, the milestones of the Margaret Walker Center were made possible due to the direction of Alfredine Harrison and sponsorships of various public funding institutions. Robert Luckett, an associate professor of history, will be appointed director of the research center in 2009. Under Luckett's leadership, the research center has sponsored numerous events on the African-American experience, many of them which stem from the years of Margaret Walker, such as the MLK Birthday Convocation and the Creative Arts Festival to promote student literacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that engaging presentation. I do have a question. Can you comment on why the curriculum at many HBCUs was predominantly Eurocentric?
I guess because most of the HBCUs were following the predominantly white institutions at their model. During the early 1960s, you do see African-American studies courses here and there. Prior to the 1960s, you do see some African-American studies courses, but you don't see widespread or much of the curriculum devoted solely to African-American culture.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering to what degree part of it was their effort to, those who are establishing the curriculum to make sure that the students are exposed to other cultures as well. So it's in the way that folks presume that white students need to be exposed to Black culture. I'm wondering whether some of it comes from trying to make sure that the students are well-rounded and well-read in other cultures, in the literature of other cultures also.
Oh, definitely. That was the majority part. Like I said early on in the presentation, this Black Studies Institute was administrative led as well as from student request. And most students saw that what they were studying, looking at the age and the era in which this program's come about, you see, student protest marches are, dominating the national scene. And while students are getting an education, they want the education to appeal to them and actually explain many of the calamities that were happening during the 1960s.
And this is a general question. For those of you who are at HBCUs, do you have an African-American studies minor, African-American history department? If you can answer in the chat of the universities that you teach at now, do they have Black studies programs? Like how is Black studies or African-American history, African-American literature, how is it represented in the curriculums on your various campuses? And I can, if you'd like to speak, I can give you the privilege to be able to make comments. I know that at Texas Southern, we have an African-American studies minor, and we also are, we've also submitted a proposal for a graduate certificate in African American history and the diaspora.
Dr. Kossie?
Sure, sure. Go
Hi,
ahead.
so I'm at Norfolk State University, and at Norfolk State, we have a minor in Africana Studies, and we're in the process of developing a BA and master's in African American Studies. I will say that for many, many years, there was an idea, a missed idea, that we did not need such a degree program because we were a historically Black university. However, about maybe 30 years ago, the General Education Council did implement a required 6 hours that we called a cultural perspective. And so students would have to take either, an African-American history or African-American art or African-American music class. And that's how it was handled. I think now we're moving to an understanding that it is not just about talking about Black people, but it's providing a perspective of intellectual thought and contribution, a way to analyze and to address complex global problems. And I think that's why now we're at the position where we can offer, or we're developing a bachelor's and a master's.
That's awesome. Professor Freer, if you're in a position to speak, you're at San Jacinto College. It's not an HBCU, but I do believe that you have helped establish a greater presence of African American history and culture on your campus. If you can speak, you can unmute and share. And until she's able to, others of you, can you talk about your educational experience? Like, when were you introduced to African American history? When did you become interested in African American history, culture, or looking at whatever your discipline is from an African American or Africana perspective? Can anyone speak to that?
I just wanted to commend soon-to-be Dr. Caleb Smith for his fascinating presentation and for his great PowerPoint. I want to say that it was fascinating for me to understand what was happening at Jackson State, because at the time I was very aware of what was happening at Howard, and I was involved more with the Northern student movement, bringing getting a major in African American studies at both my own college, Wellesley College, but also Harvard, and working with Yale students. And when Jackson State was getting started, students at Howard had taken over the main university buildings and were asking for Howard to change from being a Negro college to being a Black university. Mm-hmm. And of course, at the time, we all thought that we were the first people to have this idea. And yet later I would discover that Black students in the after World War I and were actually trying to do this very thing. And there were long struggles at Howard and at Fisk and other universities about the teaching of African American studies. And people like Dr. Charles Wesley, Dr. Elaine Locke were not allowed to teach African American studies. And in fact, Carter Woodson got fired from Howard for his insistence that there needed to be more courses. There were kind of courses on the Negro problem, but the history courses were later. So it's very interesting to have Mr. Smith talk about something that was different, and Margaret Walker and the faculty at Jackson State moving to establish Black studies, without having students having to take over things. But I just want to say was a long struggle in Black colleges to be able to learn more about themselves. And I also just wanted to say, I know many of you may know this, but Troy Duster, who I think is retired from the University of California at Berkeley, is Ida B. Wells's grandson. And so, the sort of the irony of Ida B. Wells and a well-known sociologist, the irony of Ida B. Wells's grandson saying, "We don't know what Black studies is," speaks to another issue about what few Black faculty were on these white campuses that felt threatened by students demanding that there be Black studies. And I don't want to just point him out, but this was true at Harvard and many other places, that students encountered resistance from the Black faculty, both at predominantly white and HBCUs campuses that wanted this study. It seems ridiculous now, but it was definitely the case.
Great. Thank you for sharing. Professor Freer?
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me into the conversation. Professor Smith, wonderful presentation. I am a department chair of behavioral and social sciences, as well as a historian of record. My institution is San Jacinto College, as mentioned by Dr. Kossie-Chernyshev. And we are celebrating, especially this year, returning into face-to-face classes, but more importantly, from my vantage point, being able to include History 2381 and 2382. Now, I know for many of us, we say, oh, a community college, we're somewhat, we forget or we marginalize the conversation. But as I'd like to remind people, don't forget about us, because we are educating a large number of students and introducing them to exactly what Professor Smith has shared with us. We're teaching them about the Troy Dusters. We're teaching them about early studies. I was just looking at the academic course guide manuals to make sure that we were covering some of the conversations in 2381. And one of the things when I sat on that advisory board in terms of even breaking it up, because initially it was, one semester class where we're going to teach from the beginning of time to, at that point, President Obama is like, you want me to do that in 16 weeks. And so we were in a great point about 2 years ago, I think that was circa 2018, where we were allowed, myself as well as a number of other instructors in the state, to talk about let's do the same for African American history in this state as has been done for American history across the country. Let's give it at least a 2-semester, 16-week option, or something that can be divided. I know that we all have multiple parts of terms. And so that has allowed for my instructors of record to be able to do a more efficient and essential job in speaking about the culture, the experiences, many of the people that our students didn't know about, as well as to bring on an increased talent pool for individuals. So exactly what you're sharing in terms of this material is so vital, so that our students know how not only to use the evidence that is received in these African American history courses, and we want them also to not be taken aback when they walk onto campuses like Texas Southern University or Howard or Spelman, when they see, the Black Studies community, because we don't have a large program like that here, at least not yet. I'm a work in progress. They are not through with me yet. And so I look forward to establishing more centers like that. We are very committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I'm working with a remarkable group of individuals to bring about initiatives that address all these very issues, not only with our specific BIPOC students, but more importantly, with our African-American males and as well as females, so that they will have a successful completion experience and that they understand these very topics. We're introducing them, moving them beyond the regular textbooks, if you will, or talking about Rosa Parks or Martin Luther King, but to expand that conversation to our Ida B. Wells, to our Troy Dusters, and to so many more. And so I look forward to sharing with them many of your works as we continue.
Thank you. We do have a question from Tabitha Smith. I know that here in this space and in most Black or non-white spaces, we refer to our history as Black history, but there is also a push to refer to our history as simply American history in more mainstream spaces. Which categorization do you think would further advance the agenda of making African-American Black history a part of mainstream academia, both on HBCU and PWI campuses? Which label should we champion, one or the other or both?
I personally would say both. I do support and advocate for the distinction of African or Black history in general, because I feel like we're getting the distinction between Black history and American history. We oftentimes allow the ability to go into the complexities of Blackness and look at different Black populations across the globe. But sometimes I feel that if solely categorized to American history, it'll be diluted to some degree. But obviously African-American history is at the foundation of American history, but I do support the specifying of African-Americans in our own field.
I would say in Texas at this moment, it's absolutely necessary that we keep the distinction and that we push for continued opportunities for students to learn African-American history. But I will say this, even as I've taught I've taught the American History Survey, and I'm sure that there are other professors who may do the same. When I teach the African American History Survey, there are times when, as I tell my students, I teach it on the Black side. So we're right. Looking at all of American history, but I'm making sure that I'm highlighting the role and presence of African Americans from the beginning, from before the establishment of the nation to the present. Other comments?
Yes, I agree with that completely. And thank you so much, Professor Smith, for this wonderful presentation. I think that we have to do it in all different ways. Mm-hmm. So teaching legal education and race is all over the material. Mm-hmm. And say, why don't the professors cover it? And I say, do you think they're equipped to cover it? Do you think we're equipped? Or do we whitewash the law? Do we whitewash the experiences? Do we leave out all of the issues related to Blackness that appear in our legal system and have been there from the beginning? So I think we're going to have to do both. I prefer both. I prefer for educators to, and I know people don't like the word, but I do. I prefer for educators to be more woke and to stay woke and to incorporate issues of race and class and gender. It's not like you're bringing something new in. Mm. You're just acknowledging what is there in the materials that maybe the author of the book forgot or didn't know left out. But I do think we need separate centers to emphasize this, because it has been de-emphasized so much. And my comment back to the presentation, Professor Smith, in your work, I was thinking about the year 1970, when we had the Kent State shootings that many people know about, but people do not quite know about the 1970 shootings that occurred on the campus of Jackson State University. The very unfortunate people who lost their lives at State eventually received a financial recovery. But the way that the court evaluated everything in terms of the Black lives that were lost at Jackson State, there was no recovery. So I'm just wondering that as you were doing your work, did you notice anything in terms of how the center at Jackson State responded during this time? You know, our public schools are in a very, our public schools, we have to remember, are still to some extent controlled by the state. And the state may have certain views in terms of what can be covered, discussed, you know, either implicit or explicit. But did you notice anything particular in your research of materials related to the 1970 shootings and killings at Jackson State?
I see some memorials or commemorations for those students and notes, and I recently got one Clarion Ledger news article in which Margaret Walker basically said it was racism that the reason why these Jackson State students were killed. But no, I haven't found to date any extensive comments or statements on behalf of Margaret Walker's Institute or any leadership. But I also, and again, I'm trying to get in contact with the student newspapers to see what I think it was the blue and white flash at the time for Jackson State, to see specifically how students saw that event and how they responded to it.
Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to mention, Professor Smith, that my introduction, I was thinking when you mentioned your presentation is on Margaret Walker, and I remembered being introduced to Jubilee as a 10th grader in a predominantly Black district. At the time, it was the largest predominantly African-American district in the state of Texas, North Forest Independent School District. It didn't start out predominantly African-American, but it changed over time with desegregation. But I think I should give a shout out to my 10th grade white teacher who added the book to the curriculum.
Yeah, I'm thinking, a lot of Margaret Walker's work is well documented, well analyzed, and a lot of literature journals and books as well. But I guess the purpose of my essay was just looking at, her Black Studies Institute is always mentioned in passing. And a good majority of attention when it comes to Black studies is always given to those predominantly, big public white institutions or Ivy League schools, where we see the student protests. But in Jackson, we still have the student protests, as the 1970 slayings were mentioned. But it's almost what I guess the more so point I'm getting at is that protests at Jackson State were not geared towards specifically Black studies, while it was a student movement as well. But the Black studies, the curriculum changes were, I guess, a manifestation of both administration and student requests.
Right. Well, what I was about to say was that I do not recall getting any background information that made me aware of all the other work she was doing.
Right.
Based on your presentation, I was going to make that next connection. So I really appreciate your sharing and all the hard work that you've done to bring this very important story to us.
Yeah.
We have any more questions or comments? I did want to ask if Professor Freer is still here. I do know that now students throughout the country and in Texas as well, high school students are being encouraged to take dual credit classes. And I also know that many high school teachers who teach history or who are capable of teaching history, some of them are trying to get the credentials to teach African-American history. And I'm wondering, have you guys begun to think about how current legislation may impact teaching African-American history in dual credit classes?
guess,
Yes.
don't know too much about current legislation. Obviously, it might suppress the I guess you say the actual realities and the extent of information produced. But that immediately made me think of an experience spring 2020 when the pandemic first broke out. I was teaching modern African American freedom at Tulane University and Bard Early College, New Orleans campus, which is it's called Bard Early College. It's a high school, but the students get their AA degree as well as a high school diploma, and these are high school age students. My class at Bard Early College was predominantly Black. While at Tulane it was predominantly white. And I got to actually see, what African-American studies and teaching of African-American freedom did for a lot of these Black students. I oftentimes say that while teaching the same course at a predominantly a huge white privileged institution versus this charter school for dual enrollment with the majority of my students African-American, it was without a doubt that I saw more engagement and more transformation weekly within students in this dual enrollment environment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Professor Freya. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have a real life response. Just last week, we had a job fair, part-time faculty or adjunct job fair. And surprisingly, at least for me, and I'm excited about it, I had at least 2 applicants who were interested in not only teaching our survey level classes, but also they were credentialed and could teach the African-American classes, and they didn't have any type of resistance or hesitation about those classes. The only thing is that I only have very few offerings in that. So far we haven't experienced any type of pushback. I think for higher education, and that's a conversation that we keep having in our equity chats, as well as our mosaic conversations. We're reminding many of our instructors that you're not teaching the, words that should never be said, but I'm gonna say it now, even though we're recording critical race theory. What we are teaching is American history, and that is a part of the conversation. And we would be remiss if we did not introduce those necessary topics as identified by the academic course guide manual approved by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And so we are required to prepare these materials and meet those learning outcomes. And so I'm looking forward to checking background checks and hopefully getting those individuals and increasing those numbers of individuals into my actual talent pool so that I can hopefully add in as an increase in the number of African-American history courses being offered here and completed by our students, especially since they're transferable into our Gen Ed courses across the state. I think a lot of students are looking for that option. And that was one of the applicants. He said, so am I correct in understanding that a student could take African-American History 1 and US History 2? I said, absolutely. As a matter of fact, the co-board, encourages it. So looking forward to that. But so far, no resistance, no pushback. And I think we just also have to be educated and increase the narrative with our particular persons who are preparing to enter into the ivory walls, if you will.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Or the ebony ones. Thank you very much, Professor Smith, for your engaging presentation. And now we will move on to our next presenter. Let me share the screen. Is my screen? Let's see. Okay, I'll just read it from here. I'm not sure if you're seeing it, but this is Dr. Dalila Brown. The title of her presentation is "It's Here Too, Eurocentric Notions of Black Women's Inferiority at HBCUs." Welcome.
Thank you. First, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the organizers and conveners of this symposium for inviting me. Second, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Kossie. Dr. Kossie is part of the reason why I went to gain my doctorate degree. She always encouraged me. She always had her door open for students, and she always, shared what she was working on with her students. You were a great inspiration to me. Thank you. I am because you are.
Oh,
I recently received my doctorate degree. And so because I am a proud graduate of an HBCU, I was studying educational policies because my goal was I wanted to go and I wanted to become a lobbyist for historically Black colleges and universities and community colleges, because primary white institutions, they have lobbyists. That's why they have, a lot of money. So I wanted to do the same for HBCUs and community colleges. So I had studied educational policies for a year, well into it, looking for that gap that I was going to write about. And I ran across this article, and it was an article with an African-American faculty member. And this lady was discussing her lived experiences in a primary white institution. And as I began to read the descriptions of her experiences, I became very, very emotional, because everything that woman was describing, I was experiencing, but I had internalized it. Presumed incompetence, the microaggression from peers, from students, all of those things. And I had internalized it. I said, it must be me. And because I was so isolated, I didn't know that other Black women scholars were experiencing this. And when I read that article, that changed the trajectory of my scholarship. And so I started studying Black women, female faculty members in higher education institutions. And that's what I want to discuss with you today. Let me share my screen here. So it's here too, Eurocentric notions of Black women scholars' inferiority at HBCUs. The purpose of this today is to discuss the institutional culture at HBCUs and whether the historical academic inequity of Black women scholars is linked to the unchanged prevailing norms, values, and practices regarding gender, and whether these values and practices impact our career progression. And I also want to discuss how equity for Black women scholars can be achieved.
excuse me, we're not seeing your presentation.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
Yes, but make sure you press the share
let's
button.
see. Button. Okay, can you see it now?
It's popping up, I believe. It says you've started sharing the screen. Yeah, now we can see it.
Great. Okay, so the main points are going to be the institutional culture at HBCUs. We're going to discuss underrepresentation of Black women scholars at HBCUs and gender-based discrimination and other interlocking oppressions that may prevent the mobility of Black women scholars. The institutional culture at historically Black colleges and universities, for Black women scholars, these issues are similar to those at primary white institutions. Black women scholars experience internalized oppression, exclusion, disproportionate amounts of service work, and lack of mentoring. Internalized oppression is really over a period of time when scholars begin to believe unconsciously all the misinformation and the myths and the stereotypes about themselves that society communicates to them about their group. And what this leads to is feelings of inferiority. And we also have what we call a syndrome. I can't remember it. It's called the, it's escaping me now. I'm gonna come back to it. But also we experience exclusion.
Yes.
Black women scholars have limited opportunities to participate in departmental and institutional decision-making. We have infrequent occasions to assume leadership positions or achieve institutional presence. And more times than not, our researchers trivialize trivialized because our research is often on issues that address the status of the politically and socioeconomically disenfranchised communities. And it's really not looked upon as real research because it's qualitative and not quantitative. We experience disproportionate amounts of service work. We spend a disproportionate amount of time mentoring students. We serve on numerous committees. I think one of the doctors here on the panel mentioned that. Harley called it maids of academia. And also we serve in the role of student advisors. We also are asked to serve as sponsors for student organizations. And what this does is it increases our workload and makes it difficult to publish. However, collegiality is essential on the pathway to promotion and tenure. Also, there's a lack of mentoring for junior faculty coming in. Blacksher and Hollis in 2011 reported also that women who reported sexism would be punished. Women on HBCU campuses are silenced because of the fear of further exclusion, punishment, and also because the primary emphasis is not on gender, it's on race. There was another study in 2007. This author said that her participants reported that their intellect was being questioned or challenged. Black women scholars have their intellect challenged by their peers as well as students in the classroom. All of the time, it's commonplace. In 2017, there was a study that reported that HBCUs, their environments perpetuate heteronormativity and stringent gender roles. There is underrepresentation of Black female faculty. According to the US Department of Education, National Center for Education Statistics, African-American female faculty account for 3% of all faculty members in higher education. In the year of 2000, that number was 2.7%. In the year of 2000, that number was 2.7%. Here it is today, 2020, and it's 3%. Black women scholars are less likely to earn tenure and more likely to leave the academy. We are overrepresented in temporary part-time faculty positions. From the outside of an institution, particularly if you look at primary white institutions, you say, oh, wow, those institutions are really diverse. But when you peel back those layers, over 50% of those Black female faculty members are part-time faculty, or they're in lecturer positions, which go from year to year to year. Black women also work at less prestigious institutions. We receive tenure at a much lower rate than our colleagues. And again, we're clustered in clinical assistant, instructor, and other academic positions, and they are referred to as academic apartheid positions. Black women in the faculty ranks at Black colleges and universities are paid less than their male counterparts, even though they perform the same job or hold the same position. Black women earn 67 cents for every dollar earned by white men in higher education. In all of higher education positions, Black women earn less than white women, white men, and men of color. Bonner's study reported that 45% of Black women claim to experience gender inequity and discrimination at HBCUs. Black women oftentimes negate the fight for gender equity in preference for the fight of racial equity at HBCUs. In 2015, Jackson and Wu asserted that Black males replicate and instigate institutional discrimination against Black females. There was an article that showed that Black males are to Black females what white people are to Black people in primary white, Black instructors in primary white institutions. How can equity be achieved? HBCUs should implement a mentoring program. Oftentimes when junior faculty come in, it's very difficult for them to navigate their way around because they don't have mentors. Mentoring is necessary, it's essential for networks and professional opportunities that help mitigate many of the challenges mentioned earlier. It also facilitates engagement in scholarly activities and ameliorates feelings of isolation and alienation. HBCUs should allow Black women to anonymously comment on how they view their institution and on institutional efforts at achieving equity that may or may not be responsive to their needs. Also, the research showed that the administration in higher education institutions should implement sister circles, because sister circles really give African American female faculty a safe place to talk about their experiences, and also where they can meet like-minded their peers. HBCUs should invest in pay equity studies to include job satisfaction and quality of life, along with outcomes, to gain a better understanding of how salary inequity impacts Black women. They should also collect, review, and compare institutional data of male and female faculty at all HBCUs. And the publication of an annual report by the school should be mandatory and made available on the school's website for in-house faculty and prospective faculty, like the consumer information for prospective students as required by ABA. Thank you.
This is awesome. You've encompassed everything that the conference intends. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I know that we'll have a lot of questions. We're saying thank yous in the chat. And I did want to say, you mentioned, I noticed I was looking at your references, and for some who may not know, I saw Wu and Jackson. That is actually Dr. Edith Wu, who's on the law faculty at Texas Southern University.
Oh,
and
wow, okay.
Jackson, did you know that?
I did not.
Right, well, they're TSU professors, yeah, currently, and Dr. Edith Wu currently serves as chair of the faculty, president of the faculty, TSU Faculty Senate, and Professor Jackson serves as vice president of the Faculty Senate. So she will be pleased to know. In fact, I just sent her a text to let her know that her paper was referenced. She participated, she and Professor Jackson participated in the conversation we had in March, but they are now dealing with accreditation matters today, and were not able to participate today. But they will be pleased to know that they were actually, they made a contribution through their research. So that's outstanding. Some of, I do have a question. What you mentioned that your scholarship emerged from some of your personal experiences. And then I think that the educational background that you got in terms of advocacy is great, because it's allowed you even to think very strategically about you mentioned that you changed the direction of your research. And I think there's a very important place for the kind of advocacy that you can do for HBCUs in that regard. You know, that still seems like a very fertile area, especially now.
Yes, It is. It's a limited amount of research on HBCUs and also on Black women faculty there. Yeah, very limited.
Well, that's one of the reasons that Professor Hawkins and I thought we would try to start massaging that area just to see, because what we know too is that sometimes we're out there and we're thinking in isolation, or we may think that we're the only person, but then when we put out a call for papers, then we find out that there are people all over who are interested in the topic, and they have observations that they want to share. So your research indicates that. I had no idea that you were doing the kind of research that you're doing. So I'm grateful that Professor Esparza made you aware of the conference and that you've presented. Do we have questions for Dr. Brown or comments? I'm looking in the chat.
Dr. Kossie, I would just like to say, I echo your sentiments. Everything that we thought that the conference would be about was embodied in this last presentation and in those that preceded it. And it is gratifying to know that others have been thinking about this too, and we are finding, kindred spirits, and this is just really, really marvelous. And what's very interesting about it is, as researchers, we look at phenomena, but that phenomena is often outside of ourselves. And to know that we are the subject of others' research as well is very enlightening, because it gives us a different view of self and helps us to understand why we've had some of the issues that we do. I mean, just think of all the committees, and think of all of the student organizations that we've started and we're still, a part of. One of our speakers mentioned Professor Duster, but you'll probably recall that Michelle Duster was a speaker here for the Ida B. Wells that we started the Ida B. Wells Society for Women in Journalism 15 years ago. And when you just think about all of this, it's very understandable why we either go from a level 1 to a level 4, or from a 4 to a 1, or get so twixt in between. So I'm just thankful, and I thank you. I want to take a moment to continuously thank you, because you have been the one to follow through on all of this. And then you exemplify collegiality, because, this whole time I've been at the doctor's office with my mom, half the time on the computer, the other half on the cell phone. And it's collegiality that pulls us through these difficult situations. Our colleagues have referred to collegiality, and we're witnesses to all of that. So I'm gratified to everyone who's spoken, and to you for your faithfulness.
Thank you, Professor Hawkins. Professor Brown, you wrote in the chat, you mentioned the imposter syndrome. Can you talk about that a little bit? You mentioned that in the chat. You said you meant to mention it during your presentation. It was the term you couldn't remember at the moment.
Yes, that was one of the things that happens because of the internal oppression, imposter syndrome. You are educated, you know the material, you can teach, but because of those microaggressions, macroaggressions, and presumed incompetent, the things that your peers and students impose upon you say, maybe I'm not, maybe that's not me, and so again, you internalize all of that, and oftentimes you mirror what the community says that you are unconsciously.
Right, thank you. You also mentioned sister circles, and we're actually going to have a presentation on sister circles. So I love the way these threads are, all the threads are coming together. Although we are in various parts of the country, right? Those who've responded to the call, in some way, everything is interlaced and intertwined. That's really good. That's really good. Any other questions or comments from our audience?
Thank you, Dr. Brown. I was listening to your amazing presentation, and I made a comment on my notes, but then I went back and I altered the comment. My first comment was related to the negative of all of that and the toll it takes on us. And I wrote down that the discrimination continues to follow us into our retirement because underpayments we've received, the underpayments we received over all this time affect us in terms of the types of lives financially we're able to live during our retirement as I approached that time. But then I went back and changed it after you made another comment, or maybe you responded to someone, and I added to it, I say, the legacy of our work follows us into our retirement. So it's the negative that follows us there. Also the legacy, the things that we do, they truly matter, even though some try to persuade us that it does not, to stifle us and to stifle equality. I wanted to mention that Presumed Incompetent one, that's an amazing book, and it lets you know you're not alone, that these are experiences that other people are having. It can also help in terms of tenure battles and whatever to consolidate everything there in the book. And I did not participate in the second book, but there is also a Presumed Incompetent 2 that I feel is an amazing book and must read book for women, for Black women, women of color, and also for men of color who are in academia and in other fields. But thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Yes, I just, I'm putting those titles in the chat room for those of you who may not be familiar with those two works. I bumped into them when I encountered Professor Kupenda's research. And that was when I decided, we absolutely must have her come and speak to our group. Okay, so we are now going to segue into our next presentation. Oh, and I did want to mention too, before we move on, that Professor Rusan Wilson also talked about that issue of retirement. So those of you who are young and in your 20s and thinking about, getting your career started, these are real questions that you do have to think about when you're planning your career, and even should you choose to become a college professor, making sure that you understand what's happening with retirement, and that actually seems like a really good point of advocacy for better pay, given the contributions that scholars are making. And also given the fact that Black women, as you mentioned in your presentation, even in terms of those who are teaching part-time, more attention needs to be given to making sure that they achieve equity, so that that their legacy includes not only their scholarship, but they're also are able to be blessed by the fruit of their very hard labor. So the issue of salary is one that definitely needs to be addressed and advocated for. Okay, we're going to go to our next presentation. Dr. Stephanie Evans. The title of her presentation is Chair at the HBCU Table, Reflections and Resources for Academic Administrative Leaders. Thank you.
Well, hello and good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my resources and to take part in this very important discussion about HBCU leadership since 1965. My presentation will be a reflection of the past 12 years and as department chair. So this is my 12th and final consecutive year as department chair. And I am thrilled that I will be passing the torch, but I have learned so many valuable lessons. So my presentation will be, let me get to it. I'll talk a little bit about my journey and then really get into the intricacies of the job of department chair. So I know that on Netflix, we now have kind of a public sense of a popular culture view of the department chair, which for me was actually almost vindication. Because I would say, oh, I'm a department chair, and people would be like, oh, okay, well, we don't really know what that is or what they do, but that's okay. And now there is at least a general public sense of what an academic department chair does, which is basically everything. And so I'll talk specifically about unpacking the actual job of department chair, and share some reflections about the differences between predominantly white institutions and HBCUs, and then close with some resources. So that's not what I wanted to do, okay. So my journey. I started as department chair at University of Florida in African American Studies. And so the year after I was awarded tenure, I was elected as department chair for the program of African American Studies. And so that was my first year really getting into what the job was. But I was only there for 1 year and transferred back to Atlanta. I'd gotten married and moved back to Atlanta as the chair of Clark Atlanta University. So I was at University of Florida for 8 years, 1 year as chair, and then at Clark Atlanta University for 8 years. And so I was charged with being chair of the history department. And as we know, if you make the mistake of demonstrating competence, then you will be, Dr. K, she knows what I'm talking about. If you make the mistake of demonstrating competence, you will be assigned additional duties. Absolutely. And so I was, and it was actually appropriate because my degree is in African American Studies with a graduate certificate in feminist studies. So I was chair of history and then African American Studies and the Africana Women's Studies Department at Clark Atlanta University for 8 years. And just as I had let myself off the hook and step down as chair at CAU, basically giving my dean a year's notice and saying, okay, it's time for someone else to take up the torch. I found a wonderful position at Georgia State University that happened to be department chair or director, institute director. So I am just finishing my 3rd year and actually stepping down in the middle of this year because we've had quite a bit of transition, as you can imagine, with COVID and all of these other challenges, moving courses online, all of that. So it has been a season of transitions. And so to fill in the gap for some other faculty, I'll be stepping down in, I don't know, about 6 weeks or so. I mean, but who's counting? And so I am thrilled to, as I said, to be passing the torch. But I feel blessed to have had such an insight into what I consider the hub and the crux of the university campus. And so what I'll do is break down the actual job description. And as I was beginning to reflect on leaving the position, I wrote an article for the department chair journal, which of course I didn't know existed until the last year as chair. So if you are a department chair, if you are aspiring to go up the ranks in academic administration, department chair is that first line of administrative training. And so the department chair journal, and there are several very helpful guides and books about how to be a department chair out there. But I took the time to write from a Black woman's perspective in the time of pandemic, political and social, cultural upheaval, and really think about how we can reimagine the role of department chair. Because as my colleagues are sharing in their presentations, stress will kill you. And at HBCUs, when we are really all about the work and building community, sometimes that weight is just unbearable. And when you actually look at the details of what it takes to be a department chair, you'll see why it's untenable as it stands right now. So I'm not sure if I can share my screen. Yes, I can. So I'll just share this slide here so that we can all see what exactly the department chair does. So I broke it down into tasks, which are the accountability, who you are accountable to, and skills, the responsibility, what you actually have to do. And so I'll just kind of run through this very quickly because I want to get to the resources and discussion. But putting this list together helped me understand why I was so stressed all the time. In 2013, 2014, 2015, I started studying Black women's mental health, self-care, and sustainability out of just exhaustion. But when I put it down, like what the actual job entails, it made me, it allowed me to take a step back and go, oh, okay, this is the job, and this is why I need to, kind of take things off my plate, say no. No is a complete sentence, as Billy Avery said. So tasks, what does a department chair do? A detailed job description. Chairs are academic department heads. They are charged with leadership and management, which is the whole skill, the skills category. We are also researchers. So we conception, proposal and grants, reading, investigation and writing, submission and revision, dissemination and application, all of the things that it takes to do research. We don't stop thinking just because we are administrators. And in fact, that's the one thing that has sustained me. My writing has sustained me during the most stressful times, because it was that one thing that I could focus on that brought me joy, that I felt gave me purpose when everything at all of these various institutions were kind of falling apart. Teaching, syllabus construction and preparation, instruction and grading, and student development. And that is, teaching inside and outside of the classroom, making sure that, as we, back in the days when outside was open, being caught in the hallway, caught on the promenade, at CAU, and really trying to pour into students, even if they weren't particularly in your class. But that preparation and being mindful about what you're teaching in your field is also, that's the difference between department chairs and other administrators. Department chairs still teach. There are some deans who teach, or upper administrators who teach a different class, but we're kind of caught in this netherworld where we are still faculty, but we are administrators and accountable to, as administrators are, but we also still have to, do our lectures, prepare our lectures and things like that. Service, letters of recommendation, as we know, this is the task of helping students get to the next level. And then in the spring, we get to celebrate with them. Manuscripts, tenure and promotion, peer review, the service to the the unit, service to the students and faculty in the unit, but also service to the profession, service to our professional organizations. And, and that's something that we don't stop. This is, putting together this amazing conference is part of the professional service to the institution, but also service to the profession, in addition to all the other duties. So again, thank you so much for putting this together. Upper administrative liaison. So the department chair talks with the dean, the provost, the president, and the board. If anything goes wrong anywhere on campus, it always comes back to the department chair. Departmental administration. So this is where you actually get to the unit: budget, fiscal, facilities, equipment, staff, and student staff. Now managing faculty, that is recruiting, hiring, onboarding, evaluating, retention, tenure, promotion, furlough, and release. And I looked back over the 12 years in how I interacted with all of these, different faculty colleagues. And that's a lot. Just that one thing to manage the unit of your peers is quite a bit. There's also students. Now, as a department chair, you're interacting with students, not just in your class, but in the, anyone who's taking a class from any of your faculty in the department. If there's an issue with that class, it's always, come to the chair. Curriculum, scheduling, enrollment, and assessment, bylaws, catalogs, and so reports, any of the meeting reports, any of these things, looking at the mission of the unit, any of the updates, the catalog updates, general education changes, those types of things, and working with your faculty to make sure that all of those necessary tasks are done. Working with the campus community, your disciplinary expertise. If someone, asks you to be on a panel based on your research, chairs council, faculty senate, lots of meetings. There are lots of meetings. Like there's so many meetings. You get a meeting, and you get a meeting, and you get a meeting. Department chairs just meet, and because we have to manage information up, down, in, and out. Admissions, academic affairs. And so you get the picture for, we are the liaison for all of the campus offices. And then local, national, and international communities that may be our professional communities, that may be our community engagement work, community building, any political work, any cultural work, spiritual work. All of those communities that we are a part of, we bring to that position as well. And then this is the number 9. This is the catch. Other duties as assigned or required. And there's a lot of other duties. So I won't go through with so much detail for skills, but basically the department head is charged with leadership, leadership of the unit. What are the values of the unit? What are establishing your own leadership philosophy, your communication style, decision-making that is ethical, equitable, consistent, and transparent. You will always be charged with problem solving, and to do so in a way that's consistent over time, and that it doesn't show bias or favoritism, that is defensible, and having a sense of clarity in where you're going, to advocate for the unit, when administrative decisions are made and that you're expected to implement. There is, there's a challenge that you have to, sometimes you have to push back. That's part of being a department chair. And sometimes, you get caught in the middle, but that's literally part of the job. Creating an environment, and one of the things that I was very proud of while I was at Clark Atlanta University was the W.B. Du Bois CAU Legacy Project. So Du Bois was at Clark Atlanta University for 23 years, and embodying, making sure that the campus literally embodied his work was part of a privilege that I had as a department chair. You get to say, okay, well, let's look at the legacy of who we have here, like who's on campus. This very gathering, this named gathering, is the result of someone looking at a legacy, right? At a family legacy, at a cultural legacy, at an institutional legacy, and advancing that. That's part of what the department chair does as well. And then you've got, the basic management, and management means management of the unit, management of your colleagues, but also time management, stress management, managing crises. And so, as we know, with COVID and the pandemic, the department chairs had to convey information to the administration about the needs of the students and the faculty. We're still in the middle of the pandemic and still managing the pandemic and managing the push for online learning, and last fall that was required. And so that just gives you a sense of what the actual job is and why it is not necessarily sustainable as it is in its current form, but there are things that we can do to change this. And so my reflections, there is a difference in workloads looking at HBCUs and PWIs, in that I was teaching a 3-3 in some instances and managing 3 units. And now I'm not teaching that, but there's a different dynamic in the culture, in the challenges, and the managing personal challenges, managing a lot of different moving parts for a much larger institution. That's different. So for me, the takeaway from this last dozen years is that if you're going to be a department chair, if you are a department chair, if you're a dean or administrator, or looking to get into this role, there are so many things that you've got to kind of keep in mind. One thing that I would stress is wellness. I started researching Black women's mental health completely out of exhaustion. As you see, when you really look at the job of this particular role, if you don't take care of your health, you're not gonna make it. That's just it. You really have to put wellness first, put self-care first. And we see in the past couple of years, Black women in particular, en masse, saying no, like enough. And I'm thrilled about that, because when we're charged with managing so much and we don't manage ourselves, again, it's not sustainable. You have to manage the unit, right? And so there's a wonderful book called Basis of Competence that is managing the self, communication, tasks, and innovation. And no matter what role you're in, if you are faculty, staff, if you're a student, if you're administrative, those levels apply. That in order to have, for me, it's about health, wellness, sustainability, and dare I say joy. Like, what would it mean for us to enjoy being in higher education? That requires you to manage yourself and to, have boundaries with people. That's one thing I did learn over these past 12 years. Communication and managing how you allow certain people to communicate with you, keep track of your tasks, don't put on your plate the things that you don't necessarily have to. And then again, as an example of this conference, innovation. What can you do that feeds your spirit, that feeds your soul? On campus, I would say organize, the ability to organize and network. Because if you're in particular units and you're not feeling a synergy in certain units, if you have the ability to organize and network around campus, around, and gatherings like this, we know just feed us, recharge us, that that's an essential part of it. And lastly, in the profession, mentor and mentor and be willing and to be mentored. And that's certainly something that I learned. And I will close out with some resources. Chair at the Table is a gathering of Black women department chairs from around the country, and it's chairathetable.net. And I'll see if I can actually pull this up. So this is a gathering of, picture's not coming up. This is a gathering of Black women department chairs from around the country who basically got together to network and mentor and talk about this role. So whatever academic role you're in, there's a network of people beyond your professional organizations. The professional organizations are incredibly important, but having a connection with people who are doing the same work that you're doing, have the same vision that you do, has really gotten me through the last 5 years. In terms of resources, if you go to, there's the department chair journal that I was talking about, and there is a palimpsest journal coming out, I think this month, that is a reflection. So just as I gave my reflection, there's a collection of others at all different types of institutions that are, the same type of reflection. And we're working on a book as well called Chairs at the Table to basically solidify all of the lessons that we've learned to help the next generation of academic leaders. And so I think I'm a little bit early, but that's fine by me because I'd like to engage as much as possible. So I'll go ahead and stop there for discussion.
Thank you very much. Yes, you are early, and I did want to apologize that you came. I'm pretty sure you thought you were coming about an hour early, and you logged on, and there it was time for you to present. You graciously handled that, and I thank you so much. We're getting comments in the chat. Dr. Michelle Meggs, awesome presentation, Dr. Evans. When I looked at that list of all that the chair does, how
Isn't it crazy?
That's impossible.
It's ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense. That's why I did it.
Can do all of that. Well, I remember I had the opportunity to serve as chair, but I had 2 opportunities at the same time. One was to serve as an assistant dean, and the other was to serve as a chair. And I, reached out and talked to some folks who were experienced, and the person said, well, Karen, if you choose to be chair, then you will be she said, the chairs are the workhorses of the institution. And when I saw your list, I said, that is an understatement. if this is everything you're doing, that's pretty incredible to even attempt to do all of those things.
Yeah. But when I took time to write, and I kind of did it, I'm not a spiteful person, but I kind of did it out of spite. I was like, so I'm not crazy. Okay. There's nothing wrong with me. This is just too much. So I started a list, and I went down, and managed my looked at all my email box files, because all of my tasks are connected to my email. And if you don't manage your email, then you're lost as a department chair, because you have 50,000 emails in your box. So I actually went through my email box and logged and chronicled each area of something that I had to handle. Mm-hmm. And I think that part of it is I don't want to scare people off, and like, oh no, I'll never be a department chair. There's a reason why it's designed to be a position that's 3 to 5 years. Right. It's not this, the department chair is not a career simply because it's not sustainable as a career. But if if you're part of a collection of colleagues and you rotate every 3 years, but you share information and things like that, I think it can be done. But as I say in the department chair journal, I think it can be done better by first acknowledging what this role actually does, and then making sure that, because unfortunately, I have to say no to a lot of things that I want to say yes to. There's a lot of students who contact me to do things that I really want to do in my heart and soul, but I know I would fall over, and so I've learned to say no. But yeah, it's important to have for everyone on campus to have a clear sense of what the chair does, because it's been kind of this secret, this invisible role that does everything. And yeah.
Can you comment on this issue? I know that it appears to me, and I could be wrong, that in some institutions, the decision to be a chair, in some cases, if the opportunity is there, is an economic one, where because the salary, the person's salary as a regular faculty member is not necessarily keeping pace with the person's economic needs. And so someone may want to be a chair because they're looking for better pay, but they may not necessarily be ready for all of the responsibility. Can you speak to that issue?
Yes, I think this is one of the most important things about that last point: be willing to mentor and be mentored. And that, the first year I did okay. And then, the second year when I moved institutions, so I was new to the institution and a new chair. And, it was definitely a challenge, but it's about, and I see two comments that I'd like to connect. One by Ernestine Duncan: all that work in my experience as chair was not a position of power, but rather relationships. So one also has to take care of the people and relationships in addition to all the work. And then the next by Khadija Miller. This was the moment in time presentation. I was chair for 13 years. Woo! Insane, non-sustainable, and detrimental to my health, except for my sister circle support. So I wanted to connect those two to answer to your question, in that if you're not ready for anything, you have to reach out for help, because it is about relationships. Everyone comes to the chair for the answer. Everyone comes to the chair for the answer. I've had people who did not finish their thesis on time, and I'm feeling a call from a mother: "You're not gonna let my baby go." Ma'am, this person's in a whole MA program, ma'am, because it's the chair. It's the chair. So we have to, so it's a service role. And there's a lot of people who come in this role thinking oh, I'm gonna be a leader. Nope, no, you're not. You're not leading nobody nowhere. And you're not in charge. I don't care if you do have tenure. Okay, people, listen, I got the amen corner. I see all your faces. Listen, you're not in charge. People will come at you like, I'm the boss of you because you're the chair, and you have to serve me. You have to answer my question, meet my need. And that is the role. It absolutely is the role. And not everybody's equipped to do it. But you do, if you understand that you are there to serve. It is a service role, not a leadership role. And you then lean on your sister circle. That's why I wanted to connect that second part of it. That's the only way I made it. Creating a network of people who were going through the same thing and were dealing with the same type of microaggressions as a Black woman. When I started now, I was a relatively young Black woman. And so there was that age dynamic. There was, there's the gender dynamic, there's the race dynamic. There's all of these reasons why people will treat you like the help. And I needed to talk to a group of people who were experiencing the same things, and make it more than just, a task. This was like, I feel, of course I feel great because I'm, getting ready to step out of the role, but I'm very proud of what I've done at the 3 institutions that I've served over these past 12 years. And that is enough for me, knowing that, after chairs don't get flowers, chairs don't, you don't get that. That's not what the job is about.
Thank you. Well, let's hear from some of our panelists who may have served as chairs, if you'd like to add or to ask questions.
Well, good afternoon. And I just want to say, I have served as a department chair for 12 years, and having a similar experience as Dr. Evans, and being called to serve, let me say this, being called to serve before I was tenured. We had some unconventional circumstances, and coming from an institution that was heavy female administrative leadership, who said, look, we need you to do this, and we will help you to negotiate, time, tenure, work balance. And it was extremely helpful. Yet the one thing that they didn't help me negotiate was money. And I think that one of the lessons that I have learned is that as Black women, we under negotiate. They offer, we accept. Where it needs to be, they offer, we counter offer, and to engage in that. Every other group, Black men, white women negotiate. And we need to negotiate because we undervalue ourselves. And that's something that I've learned as department chair. And I will say the one aspect of, and I don't know if it's power, but I really work to model behaviors and relationship negotiation and engagement for others in my area. Because there are many people who come in as chair and they're power hungry and they have this misnomer of what the job entails and they don't treat people well. And so I will say that I was adamant not to treat the faculty that I worked with as some of the negative experiences I've had as chair. And I have found that many Black women model behaviors that really should be, on the list of that exhaustive, and it wasn't even, although that paper was full, Dr. Evans, I probably could have added 10 more items to it, Black women really do set a high bar and they need to get credit for that. And others should follow that in terms of how to be an effective chair in terms of service and management and negotiation. Now we do need to work on that work-life balance. I don't want to go there, but I really appreciated your presentation. I was listening and reading and listening, and I was like, I wish you could see me, because I was like, this woman is speaking truth to power. So I really appreciate your share, Dr. Evans.
Thank you so much. I see some of my colleagues
Chiming in, yes. In
the chat. Dr. Jones Branch, yes, indeed. Yes,
Dr. Evans.
Yes.
I'm going to say, Dr. Evans, I really appreciated your presentation, and I particularly appreciate that piece that I think we all need to work on, because while we have a shared experience, at the end of the day, this is a very risky enterprise for our health. And too often individually, we don't recognize that until we get some type of warning sign that we need to focus on our health. But I really like that you've incorporated the piece about the wellness, because we can get so wrapped up in the day-to-day and the demands of what we're doing, and the requirements and what's expected of us, that we will put our own well-being, sometimes the well-being of those around us, on the back burner. So I particularly appreciate that piece that you bring to this scholarship.
Thank you so much. And it's by necessity. It was, as I said, I suffered some health issues in 2013, and then I lost my parents in 2015. There was, back to back, even before the pandemic. And I think about people now, who are in this role now. And I'm grateful that, can I plug my book that just came out, my new, listen, I'm gonna be so shameless, but it speaks to that issue that this is Black women's mental health, balancing strength and vulnerability. This was what I co-edited, and this was my initial reach out to Dr. Kanika Bell, who is a licensed psychologist and a psychology professor at Clark Atlanta University, and Nisinga Burton, who is a media scholar who's now at Emory University. And that was my kind of willful, and like I said, I'm not a spiteful person, but I was just doing this out of a little bit of spite, like, y'all not gonna kill me. That literally became my mantra, like, y'all not gonna kill me. I mean, no, it was just so much going on. But then this is the one that just came out, Black Women's Yoga History, Memoirs of Inner Peace. And you can see this is Annie Lee's art. Annie Lee's art. And writing for me was therapy. Writing for me was my way of taking care of myself, caring about and reminding myself to do things like yoga, and to do, writing it helped me put it first and rationalize in my mind that this was actual work, which we shouldn't have to do. We should just be able to do all of our work. But it's sometimes a challenge when, when institutions have agendas, or just when, things happen like what's happened with this pandemic.
Right. Dr. Sharice Jones was really active in the chat, so I decided to invite her into the panel space just in case she had some comments she wanted to make live.
Well, Dr. Evans knows I love everything she says and does.
Yes,
yeah, absolutely. I'm Sharice Jones Branch. I'm Dean of the Graduate School at Arkansas State University, about an hour away from Memphis, Tennessee. And these folks on these campuses, they know I don't play with them like that. I tell them straight, I will not die for you. You ain't paying me enough. I'm trying to live, and just like Dr. Evans, I'm serious about my writing. And yes, we do have extraordinarily high standards, maybe too high every now and again, when in truth, often everybody around us is mediocre. I mean, they just really are. And then they have the nerve to tell you, well, you don't have to do so much. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. And I'm like, you ought to see the stuff I say no to. I have learned that I have the right to choose what I say yes to strategically. And when I say no, they know from me by now, after being at this institution for 19 years, that no is a complete sentence.
Amen.
So thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Excellent. I think we have about 8 more minutes.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you have any other comments or questions? This has been really insightful.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. And I've not served as department chair, but my sister did. And I understand completely everything that you're saying. Not completely, but I understand what you're saying. I wanted to ask you to comment some more on the point about setting boundaries and on saying no. I've experimented with a lot of strategies that For me, no, I don't think it needs to be a complete sentence, but my sister taught me a way to say no. And I usually do better when I'm saying no by email. But for no, she said, start out by acknowledging the importance of the work. Because any work in higher education, we know it is important. So she said, do a sentence or two on that. She said, then flaunt yourself. Tell them that you're just amazing. That's why they want you to do it. That maybe it's because of your writing or this or that, flaunt yourself. She said, then come with a definitive no. Not that you will think about it, not that you will let them know. She said, because if you do go and think about it, a no can become a yes, but it's hard for a yes to become a no in many ways. And so she talked with me about that. And one thing I've added in recent years that sometimes I'll say a no by saying, I cannot do that for you, but I will do this, right? Because there are some things I can help with the mission that I can do from my computer or reach out, but does not add a whole nother month of intense work on an already packed schedule. But I really wanted, with all of your experience, to hear a little bit more from you about setting these boundaries that we will probably still get judged for, and about saying no.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that wisdom, and absolutely will use that. I got the concept of no being a complete sentence from Billie Avery. And Billie Avery was one of the many women who are activists, Black women health activists, right? The foundation of what we now know as Black Women's Health Imperative, which is the national advocacy group for Black women's health, and Center for Black Women's Wellness here in Atlanta, Georgia. So once I read that, it just struck me, it struck my core that no is a complete sentence. So I say no. And I've learned to use different expressions. So my first will be, no, I ain't doing that. No, or, oh, no. Sometimes it's just a hell no. But I think understanding that you're going in, I absolutely agree with your sister that there has to be a definitive no. And if you want to do things and you want to do something, but aren't sure whether or not that exact request is something that you can do, then it is absolutely okay to say maybe, or let me sleep on it. And sometimes I'll gauge when people react a certain way to a maybe, because a maybe will turn into a no. So, well, let me think on this. Well, I need to know. Oh, okay, you need to know now? Then it's a no. That's not a problem. I can let you know right now. But the boundaries are a little harder because I've always felt like service is important. That is how that is, I guess, how I'm set up. My value system is set up that I need to be of service because I've received so much grace and so much mentoring, and so I'm hard pressed to say no to some things, but I know that if I can't do it, I will simply not be functional, not be able to do the things that are already on my plate. So the boundary setting for me is fairly easy in that I don't give people my phone number. I don't conduct business on my phone. The university does not pay for my phone bill. So I don't, and I'm people always laugh and they don't believe me when I say this, but I'm an introvert, like I'm an introvert's introvert, and so despite my position and despite me always talking to someone and giving a presentation and writing books and things like this, I really value the time that I have to recharge. And so simply not giving people my phone number or giving permission to text me or call me that's a big thing. And I see a lot of people conduct business on their cell phones, and, taking myself away from the computer. I started to close the computer at a certain point, right? I generally use a laptop. So that signals to myself that I'm done for the night. And so a lot of times boundary setting has to do with boundaries that you need to set for yourself, not even for other people. And so I've learned when I close my laptop, that means I'm not going to reopen it. Of course, I'll slide by my phone, but that there's certain work that I can only do on the laptop. And so that setting boundaries means saying no in different ways, and setting boundaries for myself and I just feel better just taking things off my plate. It really makes a difference.
That's a very great point that someone said about self boundaries. I tell myself to sit down sometimes. Sometimes, like, no, you cannot do that. Because I'm a task-oriented person, and I love being engaged. I like collaborating, so I'm always looking for opportunities like that. But sometimes I do have to just say, no, Karen, you cannot, no. And that's in addition to, I'm saying no to myself, in addition to the other folks that I sometimes have to say no to. Do we have other comments or questions?
I'm getting better at that. I'm getting a little bit better.
Well, now my 17-year-old helps me. He'll say, Mama, you look sleepy. Close the computer. But I'm still trying, to move something forward. So I appreciate that extra little push that I'm getting from him to go to bed when I should. And Dr. Kossie-Chernyshev said, I've also learned that even though I've said, yes, I have the right to change my mind and say no, it's a process. That's very true. Yeah, because sometimes we think we can do it, and then ultimately we realize we can't, and that's okay as well. Well, this has been a really engaging discussion, one that we can all certainly relate to. Thank you so much, Professor Evans. And now we will go to, let me see if I can pull up the slide. Start the share for a second. So we have a dynamic duo. It's going to be presenting to us at this point, Dr. Ernestine Duncan and Dr. Khadija O. Miller. They're going to talk about Sister Circles, a navigational survival support for Black women faculty at HBCUs. Thank you.
Thank you. As Dr. Duncan is going to navigate our slides and unmute herself. But good afternoon. And as she's bringing everything up, I just want to share that she and I both served as department chairs at Norfolk State University, and our tenures overlapped. I wish, in hindsight, we would have known about the chairs.net website, but we really appreciated Dr. Evans' presentation. And as all of the presenters ahead of us have stated, the historical legacy of Black women in higher education and in education in general really speaks to the tenacity and determination and really the positive impact to our not just our universities and academia, but to education in general.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller. As fate would have it, as soon as it was our time, my Zoom minimized and I could not get it back up. So I think I'm up and I'm good for now. And again, good morning. No, that's good afternoon. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to share my screen because we prepared a PowerPoint presentation that we would like to operate from. Of course, why is this happening today?
We can see it.
Okay. Are you able to see
Yeah,
our presentation?
yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Miller and I are honored to be a part of this symposium, and we thank the conveners. And even with the common theme where we're looking at women in the Ebony Tower and Still We Rise, it is always magic to me how the presentations always complement and build upon each other. And I'd like to thank Dr. Brown particularly for the direct segue into talking about our conversation today, which is on sister circles. The multifarious experiences of HBCU Black women faculty come together with our shared experience of carrying heavier teaching loads, advising responsibilities, and service obligations. Unfortunately, often the HBCU environment amplifies problematic gender dynamics, and it emphasizes a nurturing educational experience for our students that is supported disproportionately by Black women scholars. How then do Black female faculty persist in these spaces? What are the conditions and obstacles that contribute to this, and what coping strategies can support effective personal and professional outcomes? Additionally, today we're going to touch on the work-life balance that is specific for Black female faculty. We've heard through the previous presentations, and many of us share this lived experience, that this is a long-standing challenge and it warrants discussion still today. Finally, there are some practical applications for ways to counter this narrative. Today, Dr. Miller and I are going to present about sister circles as one effective strategy for coping and for success. We posit that we can navigate support and survival based on our innate ways of interacting and moral reflection. Often, what is sensationalized is the way that women adopt male-oriented strategies in order to be successful and advance in the academy. Today, we offer an alternative.
Yes, we do offer an alternative that we have actually engaged in ourselves, that has assisted us in this process. So as previously stated by the other speakers, Black women at historically Black universities and colleges truly are the bedrock of such institutions. Their time, talents, and treasures were given to those of us who attended as students, who's worked as staff, and who have shared and led as teachers and professors. And when I say time, talents, and treasures, Black women really are the stewards of education. They have provided emancipatory learning, advocacy, support, and have served as change agents. And Black women faculty in particular, work with care and in care. And they often engage in other mothering. They often engage in women-centered networks. They often engage within an ethic of care. And I would even say that they espouse Black womanist ethics. Next slide, please. So how Black women have tended to navigate at historically Black colleges and universities is that they center the experiences and worldviews of Black women as a primary source of moral reflection. And that source of moral reflection has assisted them to navigate and survive. Yvonne Kesher Scott wrote a book called The Habit of Surviving, and how Black women their lessons of survival. And Black women historically, we know from the earlier presentations that talked about educators like Lucy Laney, Mary Church Terrell, and Mary McLeod Bethune, historical Black women in the 19th and 20th century who started schools and educated K, even before pre-K through college that these women felt a moral obligation to support and serve not only other Black women, but the Black community. And so this ethics of care, as Carol Gilligan, who talks about, really speaks to having this type of empathetic, nurturing attribute of women. Now, I'm not gonna, we're not debating, if Black women are natural nurturers, but I will say, given the social, political, historical context and experiences of Black women, that those Black women who have been able to survive well have been nurturers. Patricia Hill Collins talks about this concept of other mothering and woman-centered networks. And other mothers are those who assist blood mothers in sharing or by sharing mothering responsibilities, while women-centered networks place women as the central and essential agents in a group. Yet they do not diminish or reduce the power or place of men. These women-centered networks are organized, they're resilient, and they assist in the responsibilities to take care of children or those in need. Now, all those Patricia Hill Collins is in her work, Black Feminist Thought, is talking about motherhood and the various roles and models of motherhood, and how Black mothering is and serves as an exemplar of Black feminist thought. It serves as a grounding space for Black feminist thought. We would go even further to say that this idea of these women-centered networks and other mothering really is an attribute of Black women faculty at HBCUs in particular. These women-centered networks provide us with support, energy, and purpose, and they also provide us with a mechanism to cope with the multifaceted challenges that Black women faculty face in developing and creating and having a voice, agency, autonomy, space to function, to balance, to work, to produce, time, and of course, respect. And there's so much more. And the challenges faced and how Black women respond is often misunderstood. And it makes me think about the conversation we had prior to our presentation on no, how to say no. And it's so interesting to me. I wonder if men have the same conversation on how to say no, that if they have to go through, various steps to say no, or if they even have to think about, to say maybe, and then they could change their mind, or how will they be perceived? Will they be perceived too emotional or too scattered? And so this whole idea of the perception of Black women makes me think about the late Dr. Katie G. Cannon. And Dr. Cannon's text, Black Womenist Ethics in 1988, really, looks at these three core characteristics of Black womanist ethics. And these core characteristics speak to, I would say, these are defining elements of Black womanist ethics, but they also speak to how Black women faculty navigate, not just at HBCUs, but in general. So invisible dignity, quiet grace, and unshouted courage are three characteristics that Black women faculty, they espouse, and they speak to their moral reflection and maneuvering. So when you think about invisible dignity, to be invisible is not to be seen. And so the dignity of Black women to be ignored. Dignity is the state or quality of being worthy, honored, or esteemed. And so for that to be invisible, the grace, which means, approval, favor, grace, a disposition or act of kindness, courtesy, or clemency. And so the grace of Black women to be quiet, And often when things are quiet, we miss them, right? And then lastly, unshouted courage, that Black women are not standing up and screaming and yelling, look how strong, and there was a question about strength, right? But, about their mental or moral strength to venture, to persevere, or withstand danger or difficulty. It's unshouted, it's taken for granted. And so that Black faculty women navigate, with invisible dignity, with quiet grace, and with unshouted courage. And they navigate in a way that they have been successful. And it's sad that they still have to navigate this way. But I believe that it speaks to, the construct of the academy, who the academy was built for and shaped for, and how Black women can move forward. And so Black women faculty espouse an ethic of care. They are empathetic actors in higher education. And in taking on these various tenets and characteristics and attributes, they have been able to navigate in a way that they are exemplar producers of Black intellectual thought, as well as creating safe spaces for learning, for activism, for social justice, and for so much more that's a part of the academy. And so it goes to how else they move forward. Dr. Duncan?
Thank you. And so what are some of the conditions that lead to this place in this space for us? We talk about emotional labor. And so I wanted to get us just kind of all on the same page about what this was, because we can expand our understanding of what emotional labor actually is. Around the early 80s, Arlie Hochschild, in her book, The Managed Heart, coined the term emotional labor. Here she talked about it in a more general way, and over the years it has become more specific to looking at the work that happens for female faculty in higher education. But she talks about it being the mental activity required to manage or perform routine tasks. And our necessity to do this is to maintain relationships and to ensure that there's smooth running of an organization, whether that organization be the household, whether that organization be our institution. And here's what's key. It is typically regarded as unappreciated or unacknowledged, and further, it is the burden borne disproportionately by women. Another way to look at it is the management of one's emotions in order to present oneself and interact with other people in a certain way while doing a job. So when we look at it specifically in the academy, in 2018, researchers found that female professors report receiving more special favor requests from students compared to their male professors. And I'm sure those of us who are here today can relate to these special favor requests. I made the mistake of logging into my email today during this conference, only to find I had 3 requests for special favor, right? And I think sometimes students don't understand the demand that takes on us. We may say no, but we consider all of the factors that have to go into saying that no, and we've talked about that before. Female faculty experience greater other directed emotional needs from our students, and it almost appears as though, regardless to race, female faculty are always the go-to option when students need some type of help in controlling their stress levels due to academic burdens. And that has only been exacerbated during COVID. And I'm sure many of us can relate to that. I have some colleagues who have said to me, you know, kind of shaking their head, this student was talking to her advisor and he calls me and says, I think she needs to talk to you. Right? So it's almost the expectation that those are the things that we do. And then of course, we talk about the emotional labor in the academy that's related to service. Whenever there is a departmental event, who are the individuals that typically carry the event out? If we're having an induction, or if we're having a departmental meet and greet, the men typically just show up.
That's true.
And all of the execution of it, the planning of it typically occurs, and it is expected to be carried by the female faculty. There are 3 particular reasons for why we should care about a more equal distribution of providing emotional labor. And while that's not the focus of today's presentation, I do think that it's important to talk about that, because by first providing emotional labor, we understand the time that it takes. And when we talk about female faculty, and we will talk about the work-life balance, this is just yet another task and responsibility that women are expected or may even feel compelled to do. Even in situations when we are happy to provide emotional labor, even when it can be something fulfilling for us to support others, it is still work.
Mhm.
And often it's not regarded as work.
Right.
It is work that is not rewarded, and
Mhm.
it happens in addition to some of the other tasks that are required of an academic. And for many women, it comes in conflict with the kinds of things that are more heavily weighted, like our scholarship, like our grantsmanship. When women engage in emotional labor, it means that we have less time to work on our own projects, things that carry the weight that lead to tenure and promotion. Secondly, if we care about diversity in academia, we need to care about the policies of caregiving. A more equal distribution of emotional labor can disrupt stereotypes where women's primary virtue as scholars are taken to be compassion, empathy, and diligence. At the same time, it can challenge the norms of what it means to be a good scholar. Finally, challenging the gender distribution of emotional labor and the norms associated with it will allow us to recognize it more explicitly as work, and moreover as work which is crucial in sustaining our daily lives as academics. A different way of valuing emotional labor can in turn open up space for more explicit institutional support, recognizing it as a required task within academia and honoring it as a skill. Now, even further, we'll look at emotional labor in the academy for women of color. We already know that women disproportionately take on emotional labor. But according to Bellum in 2006, female faculty of color report professional isolation. We heard earlier about trying to fit in, feeling like an outsider in the academy. Female faculty of color report insufficient resources, too little recognition, salary discrimination, and difficulty in arranging the intellectual collaboration needed to succeed in their academic endeavors. And they report these as serious obstacles to professional success. Black female faculty members also have the stress of feeling psychologically divided between home and career. Many feel like they have 2 choices: sacrifice family and community commitments for several years, or honor non-work commitments as an essential part of our identity at the risk of earning tenure. So we're often expected to listen to the students' personal struggles. We look to reassure our colleagues, and often serve as the lone wolf. We talked about that. Bringing up questions of diversity in meetings, in spaces, and explaining why it matters. This type of labor is not expected of men. Another obstacle for us are the gender dynamics. We've struggled for parity with men and white women in the U.S. Academy. Black women faculty continue to experience a pattern of location at the bottom of employment, rank, and tenure ladders. Gender inequities continue to persist, preventing women, both Black and white, from making the scholarly and curricular contributions that only they can make. As smart as it might be, the Academy has not yet figured out how to rid systemic sexism and gender inequities from faculty life. Even more, when sexism intertwines with other marginalized identities like race, we do even worse at rooting out our inequities. In addition to the curricular and scholarly contributions women faculty make that are distinct from men faculty, women faculty of color contribute to increasing the participation, the retention, and the recruitment of students of color, which is a major focus of higher education missions. Yet, the Academy continues to hinder them from achieving their maximum impact. So today we say to you that sister circles are not a luxury. They are essential to our emotional and our spiritual health. Our culture tends to pit women against each other because I think it's the known power that women who have shared intent are dangerous to oppressive systems. But we know better than that.
Thank you. And we do know better than that. And as you were speaking, Dr. Duncan, I wanted to just say a couple of side facts when we're talking about emotional labor in the academy, that a key aspect that I have found is that the projects, tasks, and work assignments that Black women faculty tend to have are not rewarded or regarded in a the heavy advising load, the heavy service load, although it is a part of the typical trilogy of teaching, service, research, that the heaviness of service also is a key aspect when it comes to navigating promotion and tenure. And so, as stated, building on fictive kinship, Sister Circle is a woman-centered network, and it really serves as a navigational method that has the research tells us, and women themselves have found. If you go on Facebook, or if you go to various blogs, you'll find groups of women of color and Black women who in the academy who are seeking support as they attempt to navigate through the academy. And they'll talk about all types of topics, imposter syndrome, sexism, work-life balance, and so much more. But I have found that I participated personally in sister circles before even doing the research to support what I was experiencing. And so I'll share, when I was in graduate school, and I have attended all majority white institutions for undergraduate and graduate, graduate school and postgraduate. And so when I was at my graduate school institution, there were a group of women where we found that we were experiencing challenges in pursuing our PhDs. And we all had fellowships, so we were teaching, and we were engaging in research, and then we also had our personal lives. Some were married, some were caretakers, just life in general, and to support this pursuit of this academic endeavor. And we came together and we would not call, what's interesting is we did not call ourselves a sister circle, right? Because we didn't want to be found out, so to speak. It was almost like a secret society where we didn't want people to know that we were a group of Black women coming together to support each other, to talk about, you know, maybe Professor X and Professor B, to how to negotiate and navigate the political complexities of being a Black woman a PhD at a majority white institution. And, you know, many of those women that I was in this graduate sister circle with, and we all finished at different times. Some had to delay, some were able to persist, some had to leave to finish. I'm pleased to say we all finished. And some of it, we really have fostered long-lasting relationships today. And so on that graduate school level, having this sister circle where we, you know, really we met for lunch, and we put it in our calendars as, you know, a required monthly lunch meeting. And I think we called ourselves a book club. We had a cover so that we could engage in the sister circle. But then I also had a sister circle that that I was brought into, and this is all from hindsight. So then I realized early in my career at Norfolk State, and I've been at Norfolk State for about 20 years, and early in my career at Norfolk State, I was tapped, if you will, by, I would say, the powerhouse Black women at the institution. The provost, they were called Vice President for Academic Affairs at that time, the dean of my college at that time, and another vice president. And they kind of took me under their arm, and it made me think about an earlier conversation we had today where I was working, like, you know, many of us do, and they recognized that work and they wanted to give me more work. But in the process of providing the more work, they also provided mentorship. And in this sister circle, I realized that myself and another colleague, we were like the mentees and they served as the mentors, and they assisted me in the navigational process until I earned tenure. And then I was able to form another sister circle, which was interesting. And I don't know if Dr. Duncan remembers this, but we're at an institution where sometimes I have found that they will hire, we have years where we hire a lot of Black women PhDs as tenure track, but we find that maybe just 50% of them will persist and stay at Norfolk State. They leave. And so there were about 3 PhDs in math that came in at one time. And there was a couple of PhDs, I think, in mass comm. And she was working on a research project on Black women faculty. And that is how Dr. Duncan and I really began to learn and to know each other, because she was looking for these type of focused support groups, and recognizing the challenges that are faced. And I know that those out of the 3 Black women PhDs in math that came in one particular year, only one stayed at Norfolk State. One left because she just felt non-supported, and one left because of the heavy service obligations, and she just did not want to do that. And so finding a sister circle that works for you organically, but then also initiating and having a purposeful sister circle, which is one in which Dr. Duncan and I participated in. And I don't know if she wants to talk about that, if she wants me to talk about
I can talk about it.
it. Okay.
Or you can talk. We can both talk about it.
We'll talk about it.
I think the point we wanted to make as we talked about preparing for today was the fact that sometimes where we are developmentally can determine the goals and the needs that we have within a particular sister circle. So as Dr. Miller talked about, having one in graduate school and then having one once she began at Norfolk State. And now we're in a sister circle, which she may not want me to say this, but we call it the Bingo Club. And that's because we went out one evening for a happy hour with this group, and there was a drink on the menu called bingo. So we now always want to have bingo meetings. And that's where our name came from. But it may actually be something about also wanting to keep that as our secret, that it's not directly called a sister circle, but rather it is called the bingo group. And what we found is that we became a group out of a retreat for department chairs. And so it was department chairs from across the university, all of the schools, Dr. Miller and I together in the College of Liberal Arts. But we got to then interact with department chairs that we normally would not. In light of that, we were all department chairs and we supported each other through that process. We all had families, we all had parents, and there were things that we were dealing with inside the academy and outside of the academy that brought us together. And that was approximately 10 years ago. And we've maintained that relationship after we have rotated out of the chair, right? We spend time supporting each other in terms of the efforts of our children. In that time, my daughter graduated, went to college, and all of my sister circle know about it. We support each other. They're selling popcorn, all of the things that we need to do to provide support to each other. But at the same time, our careers have advanced. And so now we're in roles outside of department chair that have to do with being deans, have to do with being VPs. I serve as the faculty ombuds, but we've been able to assist and support each other in that process. And it's been really significant. And I think it's been a primary way in which we've been able to navigate our success, if you will.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Duncan, you jumped to that sister circle because I was going to go back to when when you were going up for tenure and promotion, and there were it was 4 of us. One was a full professor. I was a associate professor tenured, and Dr. Duncan and another, they were in the process of going up. And there was this idea that perhaps maybe 2 people in the same department should not go up at the same time because they'll essentially be competing against each other. And then, you have that weird equation of how many people should be tenured or non-tenured in a department. And I want to be honest, I kept thinking, how did we initially get together? But we started, I think we just had an informal conversation to assist Dr. Duncan and our other sister colleague in the process, and came together. I remember coming into my conference room, talking about that, saying, okay, let's look at some conferences we could present. Let's look at publications to strengthen their package and to give them the support to navigate through the promotion and tenure process. And as a result, not only did they both earn promotion and tenure as associate, but they're both now full professors, and our other colleague is now a department chair. So, I believe that sister circles, key aspects, one is that they're often organic in the making, and we may not call them sister circles, but that they serve a purpose. And they are reciprocal. I think a key element is that they're reciprocal as a circle.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that they don't, although folks in the circle may be at different levels and hold various ranks and positions, the purpose, the centrality of the woman-centered network is to support the dignity, grace, and courage of one another in a way that is visible, that is shouted, and that is loud, because it needs to, we have to be each other's, say, be my sister's keeper, but we have to be each other's advocate, and to support each other's voice and space, and to encourage each other. I would say also to take certain risks, and also to help to negotiate such risks and sharing lessons learned, best practices, and really helping to bounce off ideas. That the idea is not that everyone has the answer or know what is the right way to go, but that the sister circle helps to provide a mechanism to discuss those various elements. And if I could, I think, in full transparency and honesty, in one of those sister circles, we had a colleague who was going through a really nasty divorce. Yet in the process of doing that, she did not share with us. And so then that provided a certain level of, we had to readjust to see what our focus was. How could we provide support, although she did not want to discuss that with us. And we worked through it. And so I believe that sister circles, to really align themselves to other models that predate us. When you look at the formation of the National Association of Colored Women's Clubs, when you look at the formation of various civic organizations who were there to support and uplift each other, that is how these sister circles support colleagues to navigate through the processes, through the policies, through the bureaucracies of historically Black universities, and really in general. I think, yes. Mm-hmm.
And so we think that these are necessary for our success. So how can we leave here with some strategies for how to develop a sister circle? Certain things that we think are important and tenets of a sister circle. First and foremost, the circle is sacred. We come to our circle with love, consciousness, honor, and respect. We regard each other as sisters of integrity and honor, and we speak our truths lovingly and fearlessly because it is a safe and a private space. Effective sisterhoods have as a core that trust is paramount. Women in the circle are invited to share their personal challenges and heartaches, but whatever is revealed in that space is held in strictest confidence by all of its members. Circles are creative. We know that the divine feminine is creative and it is a loving force. So we can use many modalities to be able to support each other through the things that we encounter. The circle is leaderless. All of us take responsibility for creating an experience that will be shared by the whole group. We think that we offer suitable spaces for gathering, and we fully support individually the work of this collective group. The sister circle is abundant. We all participate in bringing our own richness, our own lushness that is the nature of Mother Nature, and it becomes a part of our circle. And we come to our meetings with our treasures that we offer, and we bring nourishment literally and figuratively. For the sister circles I participated in, they're generally around some type of eating, that we are able to support each other because that is fundamental to who we are. And then what I didn't put here is that our sister circle is warm. We create a hearth of love and nurturing that all thriving beings need. You will find in the academy and sometimes spaces outside of that, that the world feels very hostile and cold. And so we provide a space that we seek to be in because it allows us to thrive. And then finally, the sister circle tends to be most effective without too many participants, because it allows it to be more intimate and it allows us to be more manageable. Those members of the group can determine what is a comfortable number for them and way to be able to navigate. But we think with these things in mind, you can establish and maintain an effective sister circle.
Mhm. And the only thing that I would add, if I could, to maintain, is that in these guidelines, is that we determine the sister circle purpose can shift. And when they run their course, they run their course. I think that they have a purpose, and it is beneficial. And we find that it helped to balance everything that is a part of life, family, friends, work, health, community, parents, it all. So we invite you to start your own sister circle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our
Thank
references and a way to contact us if you would like, but we can put this information in the chat.
Mhm.
Well, thank you for the very rich discussion. When I came to Texas Southern University years ago, one of the senior faculty members did talk to me about a sister circle that they had. I'm glad that you explained the structure. I thought that it was the name of an organization, sister circles. So I didn't quite fully understand the concept, but I have benefited from positive professional relationships with women whom I've been able to trust to help me navigate through difficult circumstances. But now that I understand the circle idea better, it's something that I'll definitely try to look forward to creating for the benefit, especially of junior faculty members who are trying to figure everything out.
That's an excellent point. And as I was listening to you, Dr. Kossie, and as I also listened to the presenter, I'm drawing a blank on her. Oh, Dr. Brown, where I think, you in your role as a mentor to her, that you probably have even engaged in sister circles in a way, listening to the dynamics between Dr. Evans and the other
Dr. Jones,
Dr.
Dr.
Jones,
Jones
yes.
Branch.
You can see that, from the energy of their interaction, that it probably has been in place to assist us. And so we're really, I would say, trying to name this tool that so many of us have been using all along to help us, as Black women scholars in the Ebony Tower.
Awesome. Are there any comments or questions from our audience members? I'm looking in the chat here. Well, I definitely have tried, especially when I've tried to make sure it helps to actually to be able to use your battle scars, right? Kind of a therapy.
Oh yeah.
It's like, well, I can get something out of this by helping somebody navigate through something that's difficult. So that I found that's been a kind of rewarding experience. So if I have to go through it, I'm ready to try to help somebody else prepare for possible struggles. When I was working on my dissertation at Rice, I knew that there were very few people of color on campus working on PhDs. So I would kind of, scope the campus, and if I saw one, that was the person I would reach out to. And a young woman that I reached out to in that way told me afterwards, she said, Karen, I'll never forget the day I saw you with that checkerboard jumpsuit on and a red cape. She said that day I was on my way to the registrar's office to withdraw from school. She said, but because you reached out to me, I stayed, and she earned her PhD. So we just never know, even in just a small way. And at Texas Southern University, I really appreciated your mentioning the emotional labor. I've never really thought of that in that way, but I definitely have had students walk up to me and ask for support in ways that surprised me. You never know what they see in you necessarily, but I recall specifically a young woman coming to me after class, and this surprised me, honestly. She said, Dr. Kossie, I said, yeah. She said, will you pray for me? And I just kind of, I froze for a minute. And then she grabbed my hand and she said, oh, you can't hide the grace of God on your life. In other words, you are going to pray for me today.
You're going to pray for me. Yeah.
You're going to pray for me. So, we just never know and how we're impacting people. But in addition to that, there should be a way that, as women are in positions to create the job descriptions, there has to be a way to add some of that and, that extra work that we do. Yes. That is not on the faculty evaluation tool. There has to be a way to add some of these the added value that we bring to our positions on our various campuses. I do see something in the chat, Dr. Esparza, and okay, let me just open the floor, bring them in for comments. Give me a second, please. Okay. Dr. Esparza, I've welcomed you to the platform, and there was someone else, I think, who made a comment, but go ahead and share if there was something you wanted to say.
Well, I wanted to, well, thank you for the invite, and this has been a wonderful program. I'm glad to have been logged in this entire time, listening and learning. I wanted to, I found it interesting, that comment about sort of saying no. I've always struggled with saying no, not because I felt impelled to do so, but that's sort of part of my DNA, is to try to do everything all the time. And I have gotten better at saying no, and really it was just to compartmentalize the work that I do, and I had to put priority on one thing over the other. But it was interesting. I found it interesting because it was never really a part of my thought process until a mentor of mine, a woman, a Chicana, Dr. Cynthia Orozco, who sort of has been my mentor really for about a decade now. And she was the first one to really have a conversation with me about, slowing down a bit and pumping the brakes and learning how to say no, and that I don't have to do everything, and that it's okay to say no, and you're not going to face any repercussions. And quite frankly, she said, because of my male privilege in many ways. Dr. Orozco has that kind of personality where she kind of calls it like she sees it, and really sort of is very honest with you, and I appreciate that. But it was never really a part of my thought process until I had that conversation with her, and I have gotten better at saying no in a way that I felt would deflect, sort of any possible, sort of negative thoughts or ill will, those kinds of things. But I wasn't shocked to learn that this is something that is a pressing matter for women of color. I've learned that in other fields and in other disciplines. So I wasn't shocked to learn that. I had forgotten my own male privilege when I heard it, and I needed to be reminded. And so I thank y'all for that.
Thank you for sharing, Professor Esparza. Any other comments? Dr. Petrie, do you have any comments? Well, I want to thank you both, Professor Ernestine Duncan and Khadija Miller, for a very insightful presentation. I love how all of the presentations are connected, and I just feel the growth, as I'm going from one presentation to the next. I do. I'm benefiting from this in a number of ways, and I really appreciate the contributions that you've made. So now we are headed into our next presentation with Dr. Victoria Sloan. And I am going to, she did ask for me to share a document with you. Some of you may have gotten it through email. I also shared it earlier, something that she wants us to look at. Dr. Sloan, do you want me to pull that up on the screen for a moment, or how would you like?
If you can wait, just
Wait, okay. Sure.
I'll let you know
Sure.
when I get to that. I just wanted to just start by talking with the participants first.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Sloan is a clinical psychologist. Let me share the screen for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Victoria Sloan is a clinical psychologist here in Houston, Texas, and the title of her presentation is "What's Love Got to Do with It? Dating and Marital Challenges for Professional Women." Thank you, Dr. Sloan.
You're welcome. Hello, everyone. I am so thrilled and happy to be here today. I want to begin by thanking the good Dr. Kossie, who invited me, and this, she knows me. So the fact that she knows me well, and she still invited me. And so I am thrilled. I am thrilled to be here. What I was referring to sort of half-heartedly is that Dr. Kossie knows that I have a sense of humor, and I utilize that sense of humor in psychotherapy sessions and most certainly in life. In fact, I have been known to say to clients of mine who've asked, Dr. Sloan, when you think about retiring? I would say to them, well, I have a sort of a rule for myself that when I lose my sense of humor, that's the day that I'm going to retire. And so needless to say, I utilize humor quite a bit in my presentations, as you will get a chance to experience yourself today. Our topic, what's love got to do with it? I thought of it as a sort of a snazzy topic for today's workshop, but that topic, really does capture the complexities that professional women find in the dating and marital arenas. Just to give you a short little description of my experiences and how I became challenged by a lot of the barriers to professional women as a younger psychologist. I grew up in Chicago, on the far south side of Chicago, actually. And I grew up in the projects. And I was blessed to be able to obtain scholarships to receive my bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees. And needless to say, I was so excited and driven to accomplish the goal of receiving a doctorate degree in psychology that it became my whole world. And I'm sure that that's nothing new to any of you. All of those who have attained higher degrees understand that when you begin your pursuit of a higher degree. You literally become married to the university, to the department, to the program, all of it. And so I was totally oblivious as a graduate student to the impact of receiving a PhD and how that would influence my dating life, as well as possibilities for marriage. And I do recall, because I received my doctorate in 1985, I was 26 at the time. And I remember the first 5 years after receiving my doctorate, feeling like someone had played a really bad trick on me. I felt that out of all the things that I learned over the course of my master's and doctorate coursework, the one thing none of my professors bothered to mention was that in obtaining a PhD as an African-American woman, that I was distancing or reducing, I should say, not distancing, but significantly reducing my chances of being able to find men to date who were compatible with me. And obviously, if I was finding difficulty, finding men to date, getting married was not was an impossibility as well. Currently, I am 64 years old. I am single. I've never been married. I'm not against marriage. I think marriage is a wonderful thing, but I have been very cautious and very intentional in how I go about pursuing opportunities to date. So when Dr. Kossie told me about this topic, I thought, oh my God, I have got to be the one to present this one, because I have literally lived this topic over the past 40 some odd years. So today, I think it's going to be a real opportunity for us to share our experiences, our challenges, our successes, our failures in this area, so that in doing so, maybe we can begin to expand how we think about the whole dating pool, as well as expand our thinking about the kinds of opportunities that we somehow don't see because we are focused on on potential mates in our immediate environment. Let's begin, and this would be important for me. I'd like to begin by getting some sense of how many people are single that are participating today. I think that's going to be important. I also want to know the numbers of individuals who are married out of 18, and I see 18 participants are in this workshop. If there's some way that I can, maybe Dr. Kossie can text me that the information. I'm not sure how to navigate Zoom very, very well, even though I see my clients on this, but I very seldom do conferences. In the meantime, that information is going to be important to me. Why? Because I want to make sure that in my presentation today, I'm able to address the issues that are, important and needed for those of you who are here today. Let's begin with if we could, some sharing among our participants of what has some of the marital and dating challenges been for you. Because I know I'm not the only one. I can't do that. Okay, I'm going to close that because I can't do it. Okay. So as we navigate through the technology here, let me just proceed, and I will catch up with that information a little later. Preparing for this workshop today, I was able to look at the research in this area. And there was a part of me that thought, oh gosh, maybe I should have done this about 20 years ago, looked at the research. But it's interesting that the sort of what I call gems of wisdom I found in the research were very much aligned with my own thinking about, why dating was so hard for me as a PhD psychologist, African-American PhD psychologist.
Dr. Sloan, Dr.
Yes.
Sloan, we do have some results from the poll.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, so.
Stop me at any time. Yeah, tell me.
Right,
what
okay, so 29% say yes, they are single. 71% say no. So
okay.
29% are married and 29% are single and 71%
are married.
Yeah.
Okay. So 71% of you have been able to transcend at least the barriers to dating. And I'm very happy to hear that. And obviously the 29%, I'm sure that you, like many other, professional African-American women around the country, are struggling to find a person with whom you feel you can, have some, really positive experiences with. Okay, so that's the mindset. I know now that so many of you are married and that at least a third of you are single. Okay. Now, what I found in the research was very interesting. Most of the research done in this area has been in the form of surveys conducted. And interestingly enough, from one study to the next, I continue to find this very pervasive theme going throughout all of them and all of the studies. And that theme is this, that the societal definitions of gender roles plays a huge, huge role in some of the resistance we see on the part of males to form committed relationships with very smart career women. The research also states that, and this is sort of weird, but it does state that while men, when interviewed, will say they want to marry someone who is smart, who is career oriented, who obviously can, contribute to the family income in a significant way. They say these things in the actual surveys. However, when they meet these kind of women, they tend to feel emasculated or inferior. Now, for me, reading those words seemed to confirm a lot of experiences I had in dating. For example, I think one of the things that I want you to just appreciate for one moment is that, I am a PhD psychologist. Okay, so if you think having a PhD in sociology or business or some other areas, makes dating hard, try having one in psychology. My experience has been that oftentimes when I've just had a traditional, just routine rather, disagreement with a gentleman on a date, the first comment they seem to make is, don't try to analyze me. I've heard that a lot. And one of, my response typically is, well, if you haven't given me your credit card and saw me put through a transaction, don't worry, I'm not analyzing. That doesn't go over too well either. But what's important is that I constantly, I'm sorry, let me turn this. Okay. I constantly found myself either playing psychological chess games with guys who were, it felt intent on one-upping me. Okay, let me turn this totally off. Okay. Hi, I have to call you back, Tanya. Okay, I'm sorry. This is someone who's urgently trying, but she knows I got it. But anyhow, where was I? It isn't, I forgot where I was. I'm sorry. I hate my phone. I hate my cell phone. Okay, let me keep that off. Where was I? What I found, because I can't remember where I left off. What I found.
You were talking about.
Yeah, I got it. I think I got it back.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the help, though. I'm sorry, the phone just really distracted me. What I found was just the sense of competition that men seem to have with me. And so the research for me was very confirming in that it not only did it state that while men tend to say they want to be in relationships with, smart, educated career women, that they feel intimidated, very intimidated by these women. And in my case, if you add to that the fact that I'm a psychologist, and one of the most intimidating things in the world is to be analyzed, it made, I think, my experience experientially worse and more difficult. Now, we can talk all day long about how bad the situation is for professional single women, African-American professional women. But my approach to this topic is like, I approach issues with my clients. One of the things I've said to clients is that, they will say, well, let's say they have a problem that they can't leave the house. Okay, and they've got an anxiety disorder. They're not leaving no matter what. I would say to them, if somebody offered you $1 million, let's say 10 million, to leave the house, what would you do? I say that to African-American women, and I see a lot of them. I see a lot of lawyers. I see a lot of doctors. I see a lot of professionals. And I say to them when they say, there are no men in Texas, I'm single. I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. I'm never going to get married. Da, 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 da. One of the things that I say to them is, if someone offered to pay you $1 million or $10 million to find the best places in the country that an African-American scholar, female scholar, should go to find potential dating sources, what would you do? And each of these and each of the clients of mine who have been on the receiving end of that question have had to admit, look, I do my research. I utilize the same kind of research skills that I obtained to be a psychologist or a sociologist or anthropologist. And I would use those same research skills, and I would track down the best places in the world, for me to go and meet someone with whom I might have a really, good relationship with. I think that sometimes we as African-American women, we become very inundated in a lot of the negative press regarding the ratio of Black women to men or men to women. And yes, those numbers are true. But I believe that it is important, if marriage is something that you really want to pursue in your life, if being in that type of committed relationship is a goal that you have set for yourself, and you see that as a part of your life path, I think it's important that at least we attempt to, pursue those goals, as well as we've pursued various dreams in our lives. But I do believe that we have to stop settling for, I have turned it off. I have no idea what thing's still going on. Okay. Crazy. There's no, there are ways, I believe, I would address this problem like I would any other problem in session with a client. I would, encourage them to bring to bear all of their resources to, help expand the range of possibilities that they have. Now, while the research talks about, gender roles, socialization of males and females, and in the roles they play in this whole problem, there's also conversations about the, men experiencing the being inferior to professional women, these professional women. I think, it is very, very important for us to understand that we're pretty smart as human beings go. And that if we utilize all of our resources, this is an issue that, we can transcend. Now, as a clinical psychologist, yes, I see the roles of gender, socialization, and sex roles and what have you, playing an influential, huge influential part in this issue. But I also believe that a lot of times, and in most cases, the choices we make about those persons that we bring into our lives are firmly rooted in our family of origin experiences. Okay. One of the things I wanted to do today is to help each of you look at the people that you have been close to in your life and develop an understanding of the type of individuals that you're drawn to. In reality, we are drawn to certain types of people. Who we end up in relationships with is really not random at all. In fact, it's very predictable if you look at certain family of origin variables. And today, I think that, I want to underscore the role of, the family in, our search and for someone to date, someone to marry, and someone to love. In fact, it is within our family of origin experiences that the very definition of love itself becomes defined in a certain way based on the experiences we have with our parents, siblings, and other people that are very close to us. So, to the research, what I'd like to contribute today is a third issue that I think greatly influences who we end up with, if anyone, and our choices along the way, because until we look at how we choose who we bring into our lives, it's going to be an uphill battle. Now, for those married individuals, God bless you all, it is important to understand that if you are married, those individuals who are married to other professionals, you have to keep in mind that the level of conflict, the level of tension, the level of demand, the level of support needed by each one of you can sometimes make for a kind of a rocky ride. Traditionally, marriage in our society has been sort of viewed as one in which males go out and are the providers of the families, and that the women in these marriages are oftentimes, responsible for taking care of the kids and whatever other roles, house duty roles and so forth, cooking and cleaning and around the house. What happens, I think, for couples, professional couples who are married, is that there are times in which there's certain things a husband may need in the way of support, and it may be difficult for the wife to provide that support. Why? Because she's getting slammed at work too. I think most of us understand what it's like to be either the only Black person in the room or one of few Black people in the room. And so, not only does, the wife in these couples kind of leave the home every day and go to a work environment that is very politicized, that may have some, issues still that they're struggling with regard to racism, and there may be a lot of, competition for promotions and the whole 9 yards. The husband is going through a lot of the same things. And so you have two individuals in marriage, you have these two people who are in very high stress work environments during the day that are sometimes very painful, sometimes because they're so stressful, it can, lead to battles with depression, anxiety, and other kinds of issues. Those things, also increase the amount of tension within the marriage. There is one researcher I recall, I can't remember the researcher's name, although I will get it to you, but the result was this. She said that, her findings in her study was that men were able to kind of tolerate professional wives and their crazy schedules as long as it did not interfere with his career and getting his needs met within the home. Well, can you imagine, with two very busy high-powered, professional people. Can you imagine there never being a time when, the schedules and the demands between those two people do not create a conflict? Another big issue that men struggle with in dealing with professional wives with higher degrees is, being able to obtain that support, emotional support that they need. It's very hard, I believe, in the couples that I've worked with, even though husbands understand and they realize that their wives are in very high stress situations. They still complain about the fact that, okay, what are we gonna do about the kids? If you can't pick up the kids when you say you're gonna pick up the kids, then you call me. I may be in a meeting. I can't do it. And so you have, all of these, situations where people who are not able to fulfill the roles in the family that they said they would. So that too will increase the amount of tension within a marriage of two professionals. Recently, I was seeing a physician and his wife, both of them physicians, and his complaint was that she was so busy with her practice that she didn't have time for him. She, of course, said that was not the case, but the problem for the couple was not whether it was true or not. It was the fact that the husband felt that way. And we had to look at, what was going on in that relationship to try, that caused him to feel that way. Professional women have not far more demands, but they have different kinds of demands than a stay-at-home mom. And oftentimes those demands are coming from superiors and have time limits associated with them. And so, again, there are so many different factors that make it difficult for, two professionals when they find each other and love each other to stay together because of all of the different stressors that are going on within their careers. Today, as I mentioned earlier, I believe one of the things that I didn't see in the research that I'm a little concerned about is that the factor of family of origin experiences and the role it plays in how we define love and what we look for in another person and what we require from that other person, and even our ability to give love. Those things are firmly rooted within the family. And so today, what I wanted to do in terms of your exercise, I want you to take out your addiction checklist that I gave out to Dr. Kossie, and she made sure that all of you obtained one. Okay, this is the addiction checklist. Okay, what I want you to do is, first of all, I want you to think about the names of 4. Oh, wait a minute. My mic doesn't seem to be, no, her mic is not on. Okay, you can, okay. All right. One of the things I want you to do is to list the names of 4 people you have been in love with during the course of your life. Okay, 4 names. And I want you to leave a lot of space under each name because we're going to go down this checklist with each of those individuals. And I'm going to show you how powerful family of origin experiences are in the whole dating marital process. Okay, because in my work with couples over the years, I have found that the most powerful factor in who an individual decides to be with, or even their choices of individuals is very much rooted here. And until my clients actually see the results of this, and they're stunned by the results of this, by the way. So let's start with naming the 4 individuals. Okay, I would just take a sheet of paper, put 2 names at the top, and put the other 2 names in the middle of the page, beneath each of the names at the top, right below the names at the top, but kind of further down, like in the middle of the page, so that there's enough room for you to write underneath each of the names. Okay. Now, has everyone been able to think of the 4 people yet? I'm going to assume, I'm going to give you maybe another 2 minutes to think about it. Yes, if you're married, your spouse must be one of those 4 names. And I'm sure you already knew that though. But I also want you to list other people that you loved prior to marriage.
Dr. Sloan, I will create a poll so they can answer.
Okay.
Poll. It will be a little more confidential that way.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So I'll create a poll. You go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is begin with and again, let me give you about, another minute maybe. Some people struggle to come up with the 4 names. And then I have other people who come up with so many names that we have to narrow them down. Let's give you maybe another minute or 30 seconds to come up with those 4 names. Okay.
Okay, great. I'm creating the poll right now. It won't take but a second.
Okay.
And it's going to be a simple question.
Oh, yes.
Have you listed 4 people?
Who, me?
No, not you. Our guest. No, not you.
Oh, okay.
I'll say, have you completed your list? That's what I'll say. Have you completed your list? Okay, and so choice 1 is yes. And choice 2 is
list of 4 names.
No, yeah, have you list of 4 names? All right. All right, and that is it.
Okay.
Hold up. I'm just gonna call it inventory.
Okay, that's fine. That's
All right.
great.
And let me launch the poll.
Okay.
Okay, the poll is officially launched. Please answer. Have you completed your list of 4 names? We'll just wait just a few seconds.
Okay. The next question will be, have you completed the list of, have you completed the addictions underneath each name? Okay. Completed listing the addictions under.
Okay, let me create that poll. Give me a second.
Okay.
So far, 67% have completed the list of 4 names.
Okay, this is, you're really, I'm going to encourage all of you to do this, even you married folks, because there's going to be some really useful information for you in this. Okay. Once you've completed listing 4 names, I need you to go down the check
Dr. Sloan, we can't hear you. Something's happening with your mic. Now we can. Yeah, that was clear, but before we could.
Okay. What I need for each person to do is begin with the first name on your list. I need you to go down the addiction checklist, each item on the addiction checklist, those items that correspond to that particular person, that's an issue that they currently have had in the past, even though they may have, discontinued the behavior, I still need you to put it underneath their names. So, for example, if let's say the first name on my list would be George. I would go down the list. If George was abusive, I would list abusive partner. No, abusive partners. Yes. No, that's for the victims. I would list alcoholism if he were an alcoholic. I list avoidance if he tended to avoid conflict, avoid telling the truth, Don't worry about chocolate. If this person raged a lot when they got angry, I would list that. If he was codependent, and usually codependency is a term we use to describe when a relationship is really unhealthy because of one individual's acting out with alcohol, drugs, or some form of addiction, and the other person being an enabler for the most part.
Dr. Sloan, I also just launched the addictions checklist
Okay.
question, and the question was, have you completed the addictions checklist?
Okay. Now you need to go now. Let me warn everyone that when I've done this exercise in my office with clients, typically people will list 10 or 15 of these items for any one person. So be very generous and, give people their due. If they have problems in these areas, please list them. For some reason, it's not going down.
So far, 44% of the participants have responded. So others are.
Okay. Now, if the 44%, if you have less than 8 or 9 of these factors under each name, I want you to go back in and look again. Most people have multiple addictions, and let me help some of you out. If one of the people you were in love with was a womanizer, then automatically we would check womanizer and sex addiction, along with thrill seeking. Okay, there's some categories that go together. That if you have it, then you're going to have these other elements of the problem as well. I can't. Am I not doing this right? Let's see. I'm trying to move the checklist. What did I do?
Okay, I can move it. No, I can move the checklist for you.
Okay, because I can only see it.
Right, exactly. So just tell me to scroll up or down when you.
Yeah, if you can scroll up.
Scroll up?
Yeah, just scroll up. Okay. That's okay. Also, if a person is an alcoholic, if a person, drink a lot on a frequent basis, then you're gonna, have drug substance abuse. You're also gonna look at things like going to bars, incarceration, going to prison, DUIs. Let's see. If they were violent, you're gonna have certain categories like domination and control of others. You will also have chronic raging. You will also be able to check, this person was physically assaulted. As physically assaulted persons. Also crisis. People who are violent, obviously, have a lot of, find themselves in a lot of crisis. Also, let's see, for pathological womanizers, you're going to also have pathological liars. You might have pornography as an area as well. Okay. And in my experience working with alcoholics and substance abusers over the past 4 years, what I have found is something that I didn't read in a textbook when I was in grad school. It was something I actually learned on the front lines in rehabilitation facilities. And that is, I say 99.9% of everyone I've ever treated for alcoholism and substance abuse was sexually abused as a kid. Now, I'm not saying everyone who's an alcoholic or substance abuser was sexually abused as a kid, but everyone I've ever treated in 40 years who was a sexual abuser, who was an alcoholic or substance abuser was also sexually abused, okay? As far as sexual abuse goes, if you know whether or not the person has a family history of sexual abuse or alcoholism or substance abuse, it's kind of like the same thing. Persons who have psychiatric issues, who you suspect that has some psychiatric issues, you can, list that as well. Let's see, victimization in relationships. If the person that you loved, was constantly a victim in relationships, that's something that you should underscore. Workaholism is also a pretty common issue that you may have. Okay. And so all in all, what I need for each of you to do is to go down that list with each name and, write underneath their names each of these issues. Interestingly enough, this has become a popular list of my practice. Oftentimes, I will get calls from people I haven't talked to or seen in 10, 15 years that will say to me, Dr. Sloan, I still have the results of that list on my refrigerator door, or I still keep it in a safe place. And my life has been different ever since. And so this has been a very powerful exercise, but in order for you to really get the most out of it, you're going to have to, really look closely at those individuals you were involved with and, try to write down as many of these areas that, as many of these problems or addictions that you can. Okay, if you write down 2 or 3, you're not going to get a whole lot out of this. Because most human beings have multiple. Okay, now let me find out if everyone has completed.
Okay, let me
listing the addictions.
Yeah, 60% have.
Okay.
That's good.
I'm going to wait a few minutes because this is such a powerful exercise, and I know folks who are married going, do I really need to do this? I think it's going to help you. I really do. It's definitely going to be helpful for single people because it's going to cause you to sort of relook at how you choose and who you choose to bring into your life.
Well, depending on the model that a person has had at home, or growing up, they may not have ever thought about traits or characteristics to sort of list and think about as they're dating, right? Or even they're probably more thinking about the whole chemistry issue, the attraction part.
Sure.
Not necessarily going into a relationship thinking about, what the person might be addicted to.
Well, see, this is it usually takes a little time to find out what that person is addicted to. Although, if you want to reduce the amount of time it takes, I am very candid with my single clients. I encourage them when they meet somebody, I encourage them to do a criminal check. Okay, especially if they have kids. Okay, because the last thing you want to do if you have kids is to date someone and bring someone home who has child sexual assault, you know, who has been incarcerated or who was violent.
So that's your title. What's love got to do with it?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is, especially when people are younger, they're thinking about the emotional tie, you know, that comes, you know, the all of the stuff, the TV version of what love is supposed to be.
Oh yeah.
And they're not really thinking of, they're presuming that maybe it's going to all be positive. Maybe I'm presuming that incorrectly, but
no, I don't think
they're
so.
looking at things through kind of rose-colored glasses.
Oh yeah.
The fun time, and they're not ready to see that there may be problems underneath the surface, underneath the suit.
That's right. One of the things, exactly. And one of the things I say to clients all the time, especially, you know, professional women that I work with, is that, look, you know, it's important to keep several things in mind. Number one, and single people, please hear me when I say this, married people as well. Married people are going to giggle because they know I'm right. Freud says that, you know, the human personality is divided into three parts: id, ego, superego. I say the personality is divided into, and also divided into three parts, but I call mine the good, the ugly, the bad, the good, and the ugly. The bad, the good, and the ugly. So what does that mean? That means that all of us have those three parts: the good, the bad, and the ugly. And until you've seen all three parts, I tell folks, don't talk marriage. You know, it's easy to love the good in other people. It's easy to love good behavior. And what we do know is that most human beings, when they're in love, they hide the worst parts of themselves from that other person. Why? Because they don't want to run them off.
Yeah.
Okay. And so a lot, you know, it may be years before you see all three sides, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly. And so what I suspect, you know, when most people get married, what I suspect is that as they stand, you know, at the altar at their wedding, that, you know, they only know 1/3 of that other person.
Right. The other thing too, Dr. Sloan, is that people are constantly evolving. Like they're changing,
Absolutely.
the times are changing.
Sure.
Different circumstances are, they're under different levels of pressure at different times in their life. So I guess the married people have probably figured out how to get past certain kinds of stressors in some ways. That's my guess, if they've been married for a long time. Or not. I don't know. Maybe there's just an agreement.
Yeah.
Well, of some kind, but.
Well, I think that, you know, I think all marriages suffer challenges. I don't think it's just, you know, marriages among professionals that do, or marriages among a professional and someone who, you know, is a blue collar worker. Although I do find that when women, and I see this a lot, when professional women marry down, and that's fine as far as I'm concerned, but when you marry down, you got to make sure that the person you're marrying is not jealous of you, is not envious of you, is really able to honestly support you without resentments. And I find that, you know, in a marriage of unequals, that's harder to establish. I often see a lot of jealousy, a lot of resentment, a lot of competitiveness between couples where she has a PhD or MBA or whatever, higher degree, and, you know, he's a blue collar worker. I find that can be a formula for a nightmare unless he, unless the husband is, has a character that, is very loving and supportive, and he does not feel threatened. Now marriages where, where there's a inequality in, this, academic statuses and degrees, I find though that in those situations where the marriages do work and they work really, really well, is when the husband has or is involved in an occupation that he either owns or feels very committed to and dedicated to and feels fulfilled by. It's usually the husbands who feel like they have not achieved all that they, that they could have, who are oftentimes very resentful and competitive with a wife who is a higher degree person. Have you completed the checklist? Yes.
Mhm.
And that's just 60%. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been sitting at 60% for probably the past 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, so does that mean that the no people are not doing the checklist? I'm not sure. No, that's I'm not sure. How do you?
Yeah, well,
That's up to
it just
them.
means they just didn't complete the checklist.
That's fine. That's fine. I just don't want to continue
Right,
waiting on
right.
folks
So
that
go
are not gonna.
ahead.
So I don't know how to
That's what I'm thinking. Just move forward with.
move forward. Okay, we'll do. Now, for those who have completed it, I want you to look at all of those, what I call addictions, underneath the names. And I want you to determine if you see some similarities between individuals in terms of those addictions. Can you do that? Okay. That's the next step. That's step 2, to examine all of the addictions underneath each name. And then, and the way I proceed, which is helpful, I will underline those addictions that I see from one person to the next. Even if it's just one other person. It doesn't have to be all 3 other people, but just, underline those addictions, traits, characteristics that you find occurring over and over again throughout the 4 names. That's the next step. And once you've done that, we'll be able to go to the 3rd step.
So how about a couple of minutes for?
Yeah, just a minute or so.
A minute.
Yeah, because just a minute or so. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. It's right in front of you. Yeah, you can see it. If you see, for example, that, womanizer, that, 2 or 3 or all were womanizers, underline that. If you see that 2 or more people had substance abuse, alcohol or substance abuse problems, underline that. Also with womanizers, you want to look at whether or not those individuals are had pathological lying under their name. Did I have pathological lying here? I think it's here somewhere. Okay.
So I'm creating I'm creating a poll that asks, did you find similarities among the
right.
list?
That's right.
Okay.
That's good.
And I'm going to launch that in a second.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what most people find is a lot of similarities. That's going to be very, very important for you to determine similarities. If similarities exist between those people.
Yep, they're starting to find similarities. At least 2 people have said yes.
Oh yeah.
so
Mhm.
far
Yeah, keep going.
Out of
Are
those
you
who.
finding similarities? Yeah, good. Underline the similarities. Underline those similarities, yes. My next question is going to be, after you identify the similarities, my next, excuse me, my next question is going to be, if you had to say one thing about almost all of the people, or those people that you see the similarities on, if you could say one thing about those persons who have a lot of similar characteristics on this sheet, what would it be without using any of the addictions? Excuse me. Now what I'm going to do is kind of move things along a little bit. And you guys let me know this. Most people find striking similarities or a scenario of complete opposites among the list. So either you're going to end up having individuals with similar characteristics. Thanks. Can you give me similar characteristics? And, you know, seeing that is indicative of the kind of people you're drawn to. I have clients, when they do this list, they will have all of the 4 people usually will have pretty much the same similar problems, issues, whether it's people who cheat, people who are, womanizers, and they have sex addictions, because that's what womanizing is. Every womanizer I've ever worked with has sex addiction. Okay. Which is really kind of sad when you think about back in the 60s, 70s, when being from Chicago, I remember Hugh Hefner and the Playboy Mansion being in Chicago, and how much Hugh Hefner was admired by men because of all of the women he had. I'm like, okay. So they were admiring a sex addict. We have to be careful about the people we label as heroes and folks that we admire. We have to really look at them closely sometimes. Okay, now let's move on to if they've completed the list yet.
Let me see. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And so tell me if you had to say, each of you, if you had to say one thing about all of the people on your list without using any of the addictions to describe them, what would you say? And this is where I need you to interact with us and show me what would you say about those 4 names? What would you say about those people? Anybody want to stick their neck out?
Well, they could, if they could tell you, not
Okay,
necessarily us.
that's fine. They can tell me.
hmm
And where would that appear?
It would appear in your chat under, if you see the little chat button, let's find it. If you click on more,
Q&A. I see a
no,
Q&A.
no, if you click, there are 3 dots to the right.
Okay.
When you click on those, at the top, you should
Yeah.
see the word chat.
Okay.
Okay, and when you go in there, people can chat with you. You can see
Oh,
what.
gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So are you looking for, when you ask them to write something, you're looking for a name or a person?
No,
or a gender?
I'm looking for them just to tell me what they see. If they had to, if they had to make an accurate statement about the individuals and who have a lot of similarities, what would they say? These two people are what? Really, and don't overthink it. It's really obvious. Basically that these people are a lot alike.
And the respondents should know that I have no way of knowing who's responding to what on the polls. Okay, so.
Okay, because I don't see
confidential
here to chat or tap a message to reply. Okay, I'm not seeing anything actually.
Okay, well, they may not have responded.
Okay, that's a thought.
They may be about responding.
I'm gonna get used to this new technology.
Yeah,
I've done this. I've not done a conference via Zoom, so this is kind of a first. So I'm getting used to how these little buttons work.
So what you might do then is offer some examples of the kinds of phrases people have come up with after they've done this exercise. If they're not
Well, the phrase is that they're all alike.
Okay.
It's like I've dated the same guy 4 times, but he has a different name. But it's the same guy. How many of you got that? That's what, I'd say 98% of the people find thus far on this task. And doing this task, what it shows you is the kind of individuals that you're drawn to. And in doing this exercise, it's very important for clients who, continue to pick a womanizer time and time again. I go down the list and I say, look, this person, a womanizer is someone who's by definition, a womanizer is a pathological liar, because that's how they try to keep all the women in the air, right? They lie to this one, they lie to them, they lie to everybody. And so I say to my clients, if you're looking for marriage material, why continue to be in a relationship with somebody who's lying to you all the time? Because the message there is that I'm hurting you, and it's not a problem because I'm going to keep hurting you by lying to you.
So I just launched the last poll. Are you dating the same person over and over?
That's good. That's good. That's good. You're a smart baby. That's good. Yeah, because that's the question. And once you've done that, then especially single folk, and I want you to, what I want you to do is on that list, I want you to now add the name of your father or male that raised you. And in the case of people who have histories of child sexual abuse, oftentimes it's the predator. And in the case of child sexual abuse, list the name of the predator. If father and predator is the same person, Okay. But I want you to do both, those who have the history of child sexual abuse, I want you to list your father and the predator. Okay, and let's kind of look at that. Those who were not sexually abused as kids, just list your father. And after you list your father's name, go down the addiction checklist once more. Okay, and list all of those characteristics, qualities, behaviors, and addictions that your father possessed as well. Why is that important? Because the first person a female loves in this life is a father, the first male, I should say. The first male, the first man a woman loves is her father. And so because that relationship becomes a template for how you define love, what you expect from a man, how you see men, and what you look for. And what you look for. How we define love is innately rooted in our childhood experiences with our parents, because that was the first experience of love we had. Subsequently, it became sort of an unconscious standard for how we define it, what we expect in it, and what we give in it, in those relationships.
So Dr. Sloan, 75% of the respondents said that they were dating the same person over and over again.
Yes. And you know what? That's a huge piece of insight for each one of you. Why is that? Because if your needs have not been met in those relationships, and I'm assuming they weren't because they ended, it's important for you to understand that these are the type of people you're drawn to, and these are the type of people that are drawn to you as well. Sometimes we draw certain types of people to us because of our childhood experiences. I have clients who grew up in the midst of domestic violence, who, I'm telling you, I could give them a football ticket to the Super Bowl. And let's say there's like 30,000 people at the Super Bowl. I could put them on the football field with all the other 29,999 people. And I promise you, before they left that football field, they would have met and hooked up with someone whose potential for violence was to the moon and back. I've seen it a zillion times.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
It's really scary. And, someone asked me, how do you explain that? Well, being a good Baptist girl all my life, I see it as sort of a spiritual based thing. How else could we know what happened to somebody else in their life? And how can we know, those kinds of things to be drawn to people? But these who we're drawn to is not random. Mm-hmm. That's been, one of the biggest revelations of my career. Who we're drawn to is not, it's so predictable, it's scary. Mm-hmm. But you have to be able to stand back and look at these things, okay? Because when you're going through them, it's like you're too close to what's say, can't see the forest for the trees, because you're too close. That's why psychotherapy, is so beneficial to so many people, because it's the only time they get a chance to stand back and kind of look at their lives and go, how did we get from A to Z here? Mm-hmm. Most of us fail to connect the dots in our lives. Mm-hmm. We have events, but we haven't connected the dots. Mm-hmm. And so our understanding about why we are experiencing problems in any area of our lives is going to, remain a big question, because we don't understand how one event influences and has led to another.
Right. Wow.
Doing this exercise has helped people to stand back and go, oh my, most of my clients, when they do this exercise, their response is, oh my God.
Right.
That is the number one, most popular response is, oh my God. If I had not done this exercise, I don't think I would have seen this.
Right.
Yes, I know that, individually that these people had these problems, but I never connected the dots, until I did this exercise. Okay. You got to connect the dots. Okay. Because sometimes the people we love, the people, we're drawn to, are not good for us. I had a client once who said that she was a victim of domestic violence. The boyfriend was beating her up. She came to my office one day, black and blue, and I told her I'm candid with folks. I said, look, he's gonna kill you if you don't leave. And she said, well, Dr. Sloan, I can't leave him. I really love him. And I told her, I said, listen, I love Popeye's chicken. I love Popeye's chicken more than I do some of my relatives, okay? But because I love Popeye's chicken doesn't make it good for me. We have the capacity to love people, places, and things that are no good for us. Just because you love something is not a sign that you should move forward. Sometimes it's a sign that you should just come to a screeching halt. Because we can love, dysfunctional, toxic things, people, places, and things. Now, when you added earlier, when you added your dad and or predator to the list, did most of you see that the kind of guys that you're drawn to, that are drawn to you, have a lot of similar qualities to, guess who? Dad, right? Except in the case of child sexual abuse, it may be more of the predator. Most sexual abuse victims, and I've worked with literally tens of thousands of incest survivors and adult incest survivors, as well as child victims of child sexual abuse. And I do a lot of expert witness testimony in criminal cases, federal cases too. And what I have, consistently seen is that survivors of child sexual abuse often will attract men and marry men who will be abusive to them, and as well as their children. And this includes professional women. Okay. This very much includes professional women. Why? Because, I think, as Freud said a long time ago, when we experience childhood traumas and we don't resolve them, then we relive them unconsciously over and over and over and over again across our lifespan. That's what I see with survivors. So being a survivor in some ways trumps being a professional woman, because it's the unresolved childhood traumas that surface and become a very influential part of your mate selection process, unconsciously, of course.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for walking us through that detailed look, providing the space for introspection.
Sure, because most of us have to resolve our issues with our dads. That's why we keep picking the same guy over and over again, just like him. Most of us has to resolve that in order to start picking different, healthier people. Awesome. That's the gem that I'm going to give all of you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Sloan.
You're welcome.
This has been a wonderful engagement. I'm going to share my screen one more time.
Okay.
So we have heard from Dr. Victoria Sloan, and I want to move toward our next step for those who are here. Our next step, of course, after we've gotten we have all the wonderful presentations that you have given, the various guests have given. Step 3 for us is the draft of an edited collection and finding a publisher for the work that you've presented. Our target date is March 31st, 2022 for the essays that you have either completed or you're going to continue to work on. And then, of course, step 4 is to publish and disseminate all that we have learned from this experience. And step 5, of course, is to celebrate. We wish to thank our sponsors, the Lillian B. Horace Symposium, which supports cutting-edge educational programs and original research by or about African American women, and B, Citizens of Humanity, which supports community projects that promote the physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being of humankind. Now, after we close our online engagement, which I'm about to do right now, we will, I want all of you to stay online for just a brief post-session powwow, okay?
Mm-hmm. Great.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold 1 second, please.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna stop sharing.
Is there a way I can obtain the chat information that you saw? Because I really didn't see any.
Okay, so we are no longer live.
Okay.
We are here with each other, and there are 14 of us, and I would love for everyone to turn on their cameras. Please turn on your cameras for me. Thank you very much. Turn on your microphones. Let me obey my own rule.
Audio.
We're done. Thank you so much, Dr. Kupenda and Ernestine, Duncan, Khadija, Dr. Therese Jones Branch, Dr. Dalia, Professor Esparza, Vera Hawkins. Thank you for hanging in there. This has been a wonderful engagement. We moved a little faster than I anticipated, but that's fine because we did what I wanted was for everyone to have ample time to express him or herself. And I think we achieved that. And I'm going to ask if Dr. Esparza, as you were not under the same pressure we were under. Yes, that's what I want to know, Doc. How was it? Dr. Esparza is one of my colleagues in the Department of History.
And I found it to be truly enlightening. You know, it's always refreshing to get multiple perspectives, and I think that allows me to be a better teacher in many ways, as I try to understand the population that I work with in my classroom. So it was a great program. This was sort of a very intense symposium, sort of very back to back. No, but I appreciated the quick pace. And I found it to be fascinating, and I appreciated also the interaction by the participants. Oftentimes, the work we do and the words we share fall on deaf ears. That didn't seem to be the case this time. So kudos to everyone for getting this together. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Doc. I feel like I've just been, and as he said, just in an intense but enriching experience to be able to listen to each of you. Dr. Kupenda just got us off to a wonderful challenge and start. right? And I'm going to be thinking about those levels all the time.
Me too.
I'm going to be thinking about those levels. But you know, it's just true that sometimes sometimes you'll go, well, that's not my battle today. So, you know, you sort of take breaks from battles because you can't fight all the time. But just having the level was great for me. I also appreciated the rubrics that Khadija Miller and Ernestine Duncan provided as well. On one of your slides, you had Patricia Hill Collins' book. I hadn't read the other scholars on there, but it's a book that I assign in a course that I teach on African-American women's activism, but I have them start with that book. And I had a student come to my office at the end of the semester with tears in her eyes. She said, Dr. Kossie, I know, she said, now I understand why you wanted us to read Patricia Hill Collins' book first. She said, when I read it, it was like I was reading myself on the pages because she talked about those matrices of domination and interlocking systems of oppression. And what Dr. Sloan did with her presentation, having people to look very closely at their relationships and look at patterns that they saw and make those connections. So when we have that opportunity, you know, to step back and take a look at ourselves in our personal lives and in our professional lives as well, as Dr. Kupenda asked us to do, it really provides us a wonderful space to reevaluate where we are and then plan with clarity, you know, where we're going to go in the future. And I'm going to be quiet and let Dr. Hawkins, my co-host, share what she wants to share.
Well, we have had a sister circle, Dr. Kossie, and didn't know what to call it. We've been two sister circles for a long time, you know, but may the chain be unbroken and may the circle widen. And I tell you, I really do wish that we could form true sister circles, you know, based on, you know, all of the criteria that our colleagues put forward. A real sister circle isn't a male bashing circle, right? And we can't do, you know, as we think others have done, you know, that, you know, in a negative way. We have to kind of break whatever cycle we may have seen performed around us and try and be different and really, you know, try and be collegial and help each other out. And truly, you know, I can't say enough about Dr. Kossie because that's what she has done for me. And that's what she's done for, you know, so many others, really and truly. So this has been a delight. It's been a revival. You know, you say, Lord, send a revival, and he did, you know. So each one of you have been part of my revival and survival process. And I look forward to listening to the audio presentations.
Yes.
And, you know, I look forward to receiving manuscripts and creating one of my own. And, you know, we've been exposed to so many things. If we were to just sit down and make a list of the things that we have in common as women here on this call, it would just be remarkable. For example, you know, I went to Jackson State. My first college experience was in Jackson State. I taught at Alcorn. My sister-in-law is the president now at Tougaloo College. So when I was listening to my colleague talk about that Mississippi history, I'm from Tennessee, I'm from Memphis, you know, so it felt like home. So much of all that I heard just felt so familiar. When we talk about Pat Hill Collins, I was with her at Tufts in the 80s, and she was leading efforts with the Women's Center. So I had, you know, opportunities to just sit and speak with her in an informal way, never realizing at the time what a true, I mean, I knew that we were surrounded by smart women, right? but I never realized that this was an intellectual that was going to not just give to those who were right around her at that time, but would give to the world, you know, such wonderful, remarkable types of theories. So I'm just glad to have been a part of it. I'd like for us to continue in some capacity, and just thanks for participating.
Do we have closing thoughts from any of the other presenters or guests?
You need for me to sign.
One of the things I would like to interject before we leave is just a message to the single women. Number one, I think it's important for those of you who are seriously looking for someone to date and or marry. You know, I so often hear women say, you know, I ask often, where do you go to look for to meet men? And oftentimes I hear, oh, a club or this or that. Look, don't do the clubs. Please don't do the clubs. What you need to do are the sports arenas. Okay, during Rockets games, Texans games, Astros games. Why? Because the vast majority of those individuals at those games are, guess what, men. And so usually in an arena situation, there's probably for every one woman, there's probably what, 200-300 men or more. So, you know, number one, you have to start fishing in the right ponds. It's not, you know, don't get discouraged because you don't find who you're looking for in Texas. You got to travel sometimes. Sometimes you got to travel. I went to Bermuda once and thought I had died and gone to heaven because the Bermudian men, they love American women. They love Black American women. And they are intelligent. They have their own money. And they know how to treat a woman. So, you know, you got do your research, ladies. You got research skills. You know, don't allow the statistics to define your future. You know, utilize those research skills to find what you want in the form of a mate.
Yeah, I love that you threw that out there. You know, like we do have skills. We know how to look up information.
Most, okay.
We know how to compare, contrast, analyze.
Look, okay, fine. Okay.
But we I think that, you know, a lot of people probably don't imagine transferring those skills to
but that's what you have
finding a mate.
Yeah, but that's what you have to do
it's all
in order to increase your chances for success. We have the skills to increase our chances for finding a mate, you know, but we have to utilize those research skills, and we have to expand the range of you know, territory we're looking at. You can't just focus on Texas, you know. You have and you got to travel more. You have to get away from home. You have to meet people. You know, you have to leave home, folks, and that's hard for me sometimes.
You know, that's interesting you mentioned that, because one of the experiences that I wrote about in my diary when I was a kid, I took my first trip to Europe, to Paris, France, with my high school teacher. And one of the first thing I noticed as a young woman was that men in France, I was not taboo to them. You understand? Like they were attracted. They were attracted to me, and it was frightening because I'm from Houston, the South, and all of that.
Right.
They weren't afraid to acknowledge what they saw or what they thought they saw. And so I came back thinking, you know, you know, there was a certain kind of response that I got in the South. I even noticed at this point, as a married woman, when I was traveling with my infant son at the time, I was in the Midwest, and when I was going through the airport, the males that I ran into, they were all white, but there was this kind of deference they had to me as a mother with a child. And they tried to help, right? But when I flew into Texas, into Houston,
come on,
it was very blatant, you know, and to the degree, in one experience, the bus driver, who was a woman, when she saw how this white male was behaving in front of his girlfriend, and she knew that I was trying to get a baby on a bus and a buggy, she looked at him, and then she looked at me, and she said, "Ma'am, I'll help you." You know, so she understood that he was saying, you know, he didn't care, you know, and so you become more aware of how you're perceived as a woman in different spaces,
That's
right?
right. That's right. That's
And
right.
I just remember that, I remember being really impacted by it and kind of thinking about it like, wow, okay, so, you know, there are these coded, taught ways that
Sure.
sometimes
Sure.
that are cultural, and we only realize that when we step outside of our culture. And I just remembered as a 17-year-old, not only in that area, but suddenly I realized the United States was only one country.
Right.
It wasn't the world, you know?
Right. That's right.
But there
Okay.
are other people,
Okay.
and,
That's right.
you know, and so the French weren't pulling their purses close
That's
to
right.
them.
That's right.
Because
That's
I was standing next to them, you know, and they weren't
Yeah.
afraid to look at me in the face and acknowledge my presence.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
I wasn't
Right.
dealing with that. And so that was very liberating. And traveling, I think for a lot of African American women, they found that the responses are
It's very
different.
different.
They feel different
Very
in
different.
places.
The world's a big place.
It's a very
Yeah,
big
I
place,
tell
right?
people stop being depressed and crying and falling out because you don't have a person here in Texas. Travel, you know. And for the married folk, let me just say, and I'm closing. For the married folk, I just want to say to you, particularly, you know, those of you where are in marriages where both of you are professionals and under a lot of stress, you know, constantly from work. It's important for you to have date nights every week. You know, it has to be a consistent time just for the two of you to step outside of that, you know, pressure cooker life and reconnect with one another. It's hard to do that when you got kids. You're so distracted as a couple, you know, between kids, work, money, you know, you gotta reconnect and know, because that's going to give you a better sense of what that other person needs from you.
Awesome. Well, thank everyone for sharing your time and your expertise. This has been a wonderful afternoon, and we are done at 3:19. I hate to let you go, but I have to.
Thank you. Thank you
All
so much.
right. Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank
evening.
you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye
Thank
now.
you.
I'll be in touch about the publication. We have 2 presses that are looking at us, so take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye now.